the record in case number 2026-00001, the application of Kentucky Power Company for a certificate of public convenience and necessity to construct a mechanical draft cooling tower at the Mitchell plant, and for approval of certain regulatory and accounting treatments and all other required approvals and relief. I'm Angie Hatton, Chair of the Kentucky Public Service Commission. Joining me today are Vice Chair Mary Pat Regan and Commissioner Andrew Wood. Commissioner Mayfield can't join us, but he will be able to review the hearing tape before we make decisions. If you have a cell phone with you, please set them to silent. The hearing today is for the purpose of taking evidence in this matter. At this time, let's have appearance of counsel. First, for the applicant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ken Gish for Stites and Harbison. From Stites and Harbison for Kentucky Power with me is Harley Havens, Jordan Lee from Stites and Harbison, and also Jessica Cano from AEP. I also have four of our summer associates here who are law students working with us this summer. They're here just to observe. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
We will try to entertain them.
Yes, that's right.
And tell us who your witnesses are.
Our witnesses are Amy Elliott, Lara Kahn, Sean Malone, Josh Snodgrass, Dan Pizzino, and Nicole Kuhn.
And that's the order.
That's yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you. For the Attorney General's office.
Good morning, Chair. For the AG, I'm Lawrence Cook.
Good morning. And your witnesses?
We have one witness, Lane Collins, who we shared with KIUC.
Okay. And Sierra Club are joint interveners this time. Sierra Club?
Sierra Club, Your Honor, I'm Nathaniel Shove. With me is Joe Childers.
Morning.
And then we have one witness, Lucy Metz.
Okay. And for KIUC?
Morning, Your Honors. Mike Kurtz, Jody Kyler Cohn for KIUC.
Okay.
We are sharing witness with the Attorney General.
Gotcha. Okay. And for staff?
Good morning, Your Honor. Justin Jones, staff attorney, and with me is Ben Bellamy, Assistant General Counsel.
Good morning. I've been advised that public notice has been given and filed into the record. Is that correct?
It is, Your Honor. There's also a deviation requested as part of that public notice.
Okay. And I'll go ahead and grant that motion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There are other outstanding motions as well for confidential treatment. And then also, and we'll get that order out with as soon as possible. But there's a motion for an extension of time to file documents in response to two items and staff's first request for information filed on April 2nd. I'll go ahead and grant that without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then the deviation of hearing notice requirements. Looks like there were some newspapers that failed to run.
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. They ran the notice for the DSM hearing twice instead of the notice for the DSM hearing and then this hearing, and then they were closed last week for the 4th of July holiday. So we were unable to get them published before that. There was one that also had changed their layout and forgot to add it in, but they did publish that notice last week. It was a little sooner than it wasn't 7 days before, but it was done before the hearing. So.
Okay. I'll grant that motion as well.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Is there anyone from the public who came here today for the purpose of giving public comment? Okay, just a moment. When we're ready in a few minutes, I'll ask you to step up to the microphone and tell us your name and your address, and we'll do 7-minute limits on the comment. I'll say before the first commenter comes up that anybody who wishes to provide public comment may do so by following the instructions on our website. You can always send an email to psc.comment@ky.gov. If you do want to submit a comment electronically, please do make sure to reference the case number, which is 2026-00001. All right. And first commenter, please come on up. Tell us your full name and where you're from, and then would you do 7 minutes?
Sure.
And if you said your name just now, I missed it. I'm sorry.
Suzanne Barker Griffith. I'm from Ashland, Kentucky, 535 Houston Avenue. and I am a ratepayer, which I think is one of the most important people here, to tell you the truth, because this impacts us. Do you want me to go ahead and start?
Yes.
Okay. Here we are again with a Kentucky Power case before the PSC that will most likely raise the monthly bill for ratepayers who already pay the highest average bill in the state. This is just one more of the least bad options that pile up on our bills. Of course, this deals with building a new cooling tower at the Mitchell plant to replace the failing one. To be honest, I'm not in favor of this. To me, it is throwing good money after bad, and was and I was never in favor of investing Eastern Kentucky ratepayer dollars in the aged West Virginia coal plant to begin with. To recap, Mitchell pays no Kentucky taxes, burns West Virginia coal, does not employ Kentucky citizens, and has been a money pit for ratepayers, and is set to be decommissioned in 2040. The following 2013 quote is from Rocky Atkins and case number 00578. And this is when they did away with the Lawrence County one and invested in Mitchell. What early on was identified by the company as a 31% rate increase versus an 8% rate increase became a lower 25.59% rate increase to scrub Big Sandy 2 versus 13.98% to transfer Mitchell as a result of staff data request. If you accept Kentucky Power's recent rate filing, it has become a 25.59% versus 23.9% rate increase. It is amazing how quick that initial 8% increase turned into a 100% bill increase over time. Worse yet, ratepayers are stuck with an approximately 6% added decommissioning charge until 2045 for the 2015 decommissioning of Big Sandy 2. Rocky went on to say, what kind of deal is this for Kentucky and Kentucky Power ratepayers? We're being asked to take over a generational facility in West Virginia along with its debt and liabilities and pay for much of the cost of it to meet environmental compliance while giving up 150 or more good paying jobs, $900,000 a year in property taxes, and 2 million tons a year in coal sales, and pay the cost of shutting down our own power plant in Kentucky, most of which we've already paid for. Rocky Atkins also mentioned that we would have to pay for the decommissioning of the Mitchell plant, and he was right. I'm sure Kentucky Power would like to put their bad decisions behind them, but unfortunately the consequences of these decisions show up on customer bills, where we are forced to financially deal with ongoing issues with Kentucky Power's failure to provide thorough and rigorous analysis when making large financial decisions. Rocky went on to say, I hope the Commission would not allow approval of the settlement agreement to obligate Kentucky Power's ratepayers to all the add-ons in the agreement, or approve the transfer of Mitchell and figure it out in future case what it's really cost. And I can tell you that it's cost us a lot. And we've been forced into that, and I don't appreciate it, and neither do a lot of other ratepayers. What makes this even worse is due to the age of Mitchell, new generation will have to be added, with the case just submitted to the PSC a mere 13 years after the Mitchell plant was purchased. To me, this is the epitome of poor planning. With the understanding that all parts of Kentucky Power make a bill impact, I sent Kentucky Power an email about the new generation as directed to do so on a handout provided at a Greenup County Fiscal Court meeting on data centers. But Amanda Clark of Kentucky Power did not respond to the question I had concerning new generation. Make no mistake about it, I'm concerned with how much the new generation will cost and if it is data center driven. The patchwork of rate hikes, securitization charges, and the laundry list of surcharges on our bills is already too much for many families to bear. Now, I say this because the last time they made us buy into Mitchell, we had around a 25% rate increase. And guys, we just cannot keep doing this. You know, I get it. We might need new generation. But 13 years after you all made us buy that old coal plant, something's wrong here. Something's very wrong. But anyway, I asked Amanda about the new plant that was coming, and like I said, she did not respond. And the questions I asked, is this plant to supply the new TeraWulf data center at East Park? Will all ratepayers be required to pay for the plant? Is this plant replacing the Mitchell plant? And how many megawatts will it be? What is the projected date to be online? And what data centers or other industrial rate customers will be required, will they be required to pay a higher securitization charge for this plant due to having lower rates? And what is the expected cost of the plant? To me, all of this runs together. We are looking at one issue right now, but when I get my bill, I get a laundry list of things, and so do our other ratepayers, so it all comes together. I'm providing the email response I received from Amanda Clark of Kentucky Power, which actually was a handout provided by TeraWulf, and the follow-up response I received from TeraWulf. And I will say, what I received from TeraWulf was very thorough, and that's why I wanted to provide it with you all today. I was actually really impressed with it. In closing, I thank the PSC for launching an investigation into Kentucky Power concerning troubling management and planning practices of Kentucky Power. I, too, am deeply concerned and look forward to the results of this audit. So thank you very much for you all doing that. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I have your all's files right here. Always make your day a file. Thank you.
If you'll just hand whatever written materials you brought to our staff.
Are these all the same thing?
Yes, they're all the same thing.
Thank you.
Well, those are for the PS.
Those are for the,
No. My apologies. We'll post these on the website.
Ben? We just hang on to them, if that's okay with. We'll put them in the public record. It's a good thing he has a law degree. Did anyone else come here today for the purpose of giving public comment? Seeing none, we'll move on to the presentation of evidence. And counsel for applicant, call your first witness when you're ready.
yes, Your Honor, a company calls Amy Elliott.
Good morning, Ms. Elliott. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thanks. Please be seated and tell us your full name and your business address.
Good morning. My name is Amy Elliott. My business address is 1645 Winchester Avenue in Ashland, Kentucky.
Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Elliott, can you please state your employer and job title?
Yes, my employer is Kentucky Power. My job title is Vice President of Regulatory and External Affairs
And when did you assume the role of Vice President of Regulatory and External Affairs?
in mid-April.
And what was your role with Kentucky Power before that?
Prior to that, I was the Vice President of External Affairs and Customer Service.
And did you cause rebuttal testimony to be filed in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you adopt certain portions of the testimony of Tanner Wolfram in this case?
Yes,
And did you adopt certain of the responses to data requests that Mr. Wolfram sponsored?
yes, I did.
And did you provide responses to data requests on your own?
One.
Yes.
Yes.
And if I were to, do you have any corrections or updates to any of your testimonies or data response requests?
I do not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions that were included in the portions of direct testimony that you adopted, your rebuttal testimony, or any of the data requests that you have either sponsored or adopted, would the responses be the same?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay. Mr. Cook?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms. Elliott. I have just a couple of questions for you. So we're here today on a certificate of public convenience and necessity regarding the construction of a new water tower for Mitchell 2, is that correct?
Partially. It's a mechanical draft cooling tower for Unit 2 at Mitchell, yes.
Okay. So there has been a series of press releases and articles printed and throughout the state, actually throughout the region, that AEP, Kentucky Power, and Wheeling Power, the joint owner of the Mitchell plant, were able to secure some funding, partial funding for this tower. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct. We received a $51 million award from the Department of Energy. That is the total for the plant, so Kentucky Power's share would be half of that. As you all know, there are a number of grants and loans that are available currently, and Kentucky Power is aggressively pursuing those with the assistance of our federal grants team.
Okay, I understand. So is there then, if I understand correctly, a potential, at least a potential for even further reduction of the cost through some of these additional financings, or?
Perhaps, and we hope. We have pursued securitization for the last 2 sessions for the Mitchell plant. We have been unsuccessful in getting securitization legislation that would be necessary for us to be able to refinance the Mitchell plant at a lower cost. But that is something that we are always open to and considering.
So if I understand correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, then because the Mitchell plant is owned jointly between Wheeling and Kentucky Power, then the grant, for lack of a better term, from the federal government is applied 50-50 to both Wheeling and Kentucky Power. Is that correct?
Yes, the award would be applied equally between Wheeling and Kentucky Power.
Okay. Chair, that's all the questions I have.
Okay. Mr. Kurtz?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Elliott.
Good morning.
First of all, congratulations on your promotion in May.
Thank you.
Does that make you second in command, so to speak?
So Kentucky Power has 3 vice presidents. We have the vice president of operations that I would rank above me. And then we also have recently hired a vice president of finance.
Okay. So just to set, KIU, or AG KIUC witness, Mr. Collin, agreed with the company that the new cooling tower at Mitchell Unit 2 is the least cost of the options studied. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Did you review Mr. Collin's testimony?
briefly, yes.
Okay. And the primary disagreement between Mr. Collin and the company is the timing of the recovery of the cost of the Mitchell 2 cooling tower?
Yes,
Okay. I should say this, Mr. Collin agreed with the company's analysis before even factoring in the $51 million grant. Is that correct?
that is correct,
Okay,
yes.
so that just makes it even better, so to speak?
Yes,
Okay. So the company proposal is to start recovering the construction period financing costs through the GR rider, generation rider, beginning in 2026.
yes. Company witness Con has supported the cost recovery details.
Right. And the AGKIUC witness position is to capitalize the construction period interest and then start recovering those costs through the GR rider in 2029 when the facility goes commercial. Is that
Okay.
correct? Okay. And so let me show you, Ms. Elliott, just very briefly. Your Honor, this is in Mr. Collins' testimony, so it doesn't need to be marked as an exhibit or anything.
Thank
We open most of our meetings with a safety talking point, and I think we might use that as an example.
That is great. We are only a single bench hearing today, so. So this is in Mr. Collins' testimony, it's just kind of graphically showing that the company's proposal would start recovery of the new rider, new line item on customer bills beginning in '26, and it slowly builds up in '27, '28, and '29, versus his position is just wait till the facility's finished and then start recovering the construction period interest. Do you understand that's what this chart purports to show?
Yes, I understand that. These were the amounts without the DOE award, right?
Right, so these amounts would be lower.
They would be lower,
In
yes.
practice, but still the same thing. You want to start recovering through a line item on customer bills earlier, and he wants to just delay it till the facility goes commercial. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I couldn't tell if that was a question or a
Yeah,
statement.
my fault. Ms. Griffith who testified here earlier, doesn't like to see new line items on the bill. I guess a lot of people don't, but it would be small, but it would be a new line item. Is that correct?
Yes, the generation rider was recently approved in our base rate case.
Okay. From an earnings perspective, booking AFUDC to the cost of the facility and versus recovering the construction work in progress in cash during construction, that's earnings indifferent to the company?
I think so, but I'm not certain. I would have to defer those questions to company witness con.
It's primarily just a cash flow question? Because
Between the two types of recovery, yes.
One last question. You're aware that it was brought up in the public comments, TeraWulf has announced a 500 megawatt data center to go online in the 2028, 2029 timeframe?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay. If the commission says we're going to delay recovery until the facility goes commercial, then at that point in time, the new data center would make a contribution to it versus starting to recover in 26, 27 before the data center is up and running. Is that correct?
So we try in rate making to match the current cost to the current customers. So the TeraWulf announcement has been made. You know, we fully expect them to come online in '28, but you know, we've seen a few times in our area where the economic development prospect that we were expecting didn't come through. And so that's why we'd want to continue to try to match to the current customer base.
And it's fair to be concerned, but if the data center does come through and you delay recovery, then the data center will end up paying more of the bill?
So we have the large load provisions in place in our IGS tariff that would ensure that the data center would pay a large portion of several of our charges, including securitization that Ms. Griffith also mentioned previously.
Okay. Enough about that. One last question. Of the options studied, the option one, sort of just repair the cooling tower, there was another option two about build a new power plant, option three, which is the one chosen, and option four was to build a shorter tower. Do I have the options right?
Mostly, I think option 4 was to shorten the existing tower, but yes.
Okay. You won't have a specific answer to this, but if Wheeling Appalachian Power has a similar application into the West Virginia Commission. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And the West Virginia Commission has not ruled?
They have not yet ruled.
I'm just going to ask you just your opinion. If at some point Wheeling or Appalachian was to buy back Mitchell from Kentucky Power or transfer it, in your opinion, would that be easier with the new cooling tower or with patch it up or short the tower scenario?
Honestly, I'm not sure that I can answer that. We have proposed the new cooling tower in this case. It is the least cost reasonable options for customers, and that's why we have proposed option 3. Now, the commission recently found in case 2025-175 that our ongoing participation in receiving the capacity and energy from Mitchell is the least cost, most reasonable option.
Okay. And AGKIUC witness Collin agrees with you on that, just to reiterate? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott.
Thank you.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Schiff? Ms. Seer?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Elliott.
Good morning.
I'm Nathaniel Schoaf on behalf of Sierra Club. I have a few questions regarding your rebuttal testimony in this case. And for the most part, they center on the Department of Energy award that you spoke about earlier.
Great. We're very excited about that.
What's that?
So we're very excited about the award.
Understandably. Now, on page 3 of your rebuttal testimony, you wrote that DOE issued the award, and you said that the Defense Production Act funds were awarded. In response to a question earlier about whether the money was, the questioner used the phrase grant and you used the phrase award. Can you just tell us what format the grant or the award takes? Is it a grant or is it a loan?
It is not a loan. We are using the term award.
Is there a difference between award and grant?
I don't know if it was just the type of program that we applied through or what, but our federal team, grants and loans team, has suggested that we use the word award.
Okay. Is there a payback period that might indicate that this was a loan?
No, there's no payback period. This is not a loan.
Okay. Thank you for that. Can you tell me how Kentucky Power was notified about the award?
Yes, the vice president of our grants department received a letter through email, I believe. I think that's right.
Do you know when the letter was sent?
I don't remember the announcement date. It's in here. So I think that was June 4th, so it would have been the day before,
The day before what?
before it was announced publicly.
Okay. And then if we asked for that letter in a post-hearing data request, could Kentucky Power provide it?
I think so. I mean, there may be portions of it that are confidential, but I think we could produce it.
Okay. All right, I have a question about the mechanics of how the award works.
Okay.
Has the money been dispersed already?
No, it is not.
Okay. And when it gets dispersed, I think you said it's a 50-50 split between Wheeling and Kentucky Power. Does all of the money go to one of those two entities, or does it just directly get split? How does that work?
So the award is issued in Wheeling Power Company's name because they are the operator. We are still discussing with DOE exactly how the funds will be dispersed.
Okay. Do you know when the funds will be dispersed?
I don't. Usually with these types of projects, there is a timeline based on metrics of completion.
Okay. Do you expect that there will be a contract with the Department of Energy regarding the award?
Yes, I mean, they will want to see that we have built the new mechanical cooling tower, or at least in the process of it, before they disperse funds.
So you think at some point, before the money comes to the utility, there'll be a contract signed with the Department of Energy?
Yes, that would be my assumption.
And then, just in terms of the timing, this is the first one of these I've been a part of, or been in a proceeding where the Department of Energy was awarding funds. Does it get awarded all in a lump sum, or is it doled out in stages?
It's also the first one that I've been a part of. I'm fairly certain, let me rephrase that. It is the first one that I have been a part of. It's not the first one that AEP has been a part of. So I'm fairly certain that they will be based on, the disbursement amounts will be based on certain completion metrics within the construction project.
Let's talk about that for a minute. What are the conditions in which the company might have to return some of this money?
So we are still discussing the exact details with the Department of Energy. I'm not directly involved in those meetings. Those are handled by our grants team. You know, it's my understanding that as long as we build the mechanical draft cooling tower, that we will receive the funding.
Okay. Is there currently a letter of understanding or some document, some communication that spells out what those terms will be?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I'm certain that there will be before we receive the funding, and we are involved in those discussions, but it's just not yet finalized.
Understood. Thank you, Ms. Elliott. I have a couple of questions about the application process. So you note on page 3 and 4 of your rebuttal testimony that the company applied for a different federal grant that it didn't get. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And was there a separate application for the Defense Production Act funding?
They used our initial application, and we made some updates to it and provided some additional information.
And then you also refer on page 4 of your rebuttal testimony to a proactive and well-coordinated federal engagement strategy that the company has. Did the company do anything specific other than update the application to request funding under the Defense Production Act?
So, as I have mentioned, we have a federal affairs grants team that consistently monitors all of the new programs that are available, and we apply for those when we can. You know, we're excited about this award. This is a big deal for us. If we can get $25.5 million to help toward affordability for a project that's necessary, then, you know, it's a huge win. And that's why we're going to keep pursuing these types of opportunities. You know, there are a number of other grants and loans that are out there that they are competitive, so I won't discuss them today, but yes, we are actively pursuing any of those types of funding.
Do any of those apply to the cooling tower project? Or could they if they were?
They could in the future.
Okay. Let me ask about how the Defense Production Act works to the extent that you're aware. What section of the Defense Production Act was the application made under? If you know, and it's okay if you don't.
I don't know, I was just double checking to make sure that I hadn't mentioned it, but I don't know.
And if we asked for the application or the amended application under the Defense Production Act, is that something the company could provide?
I don't know what good it would do in this case, but I think we could probably provide it. Once again, there are probably portions that are confidential, but once again, it's something that we're proud of, that we've done.
Understood, yeah, thank you. You referenced an email letter that was sent on, I think you said June 4th.
I think the public announcement was on June 4th.
Oh.
And I'm not sure if we received it earlier in the day or maybe just the night before.
Understood. That is the email that I'm referring to. Did that communication from the Department of Energy specify what section of the Defense Production Act the award was made under?
I don't remember.
Okay. And are there any other specific projects at the Mitchell plant that you're aware of that the company's applied for federal funding for? I know you referenced a bunch, that there were other federal grant opportunities.
None that I recall.
Okay. And this one, the award here covers, I believe it's roughly, well, over a quarter of the cost of the cooling tower repair, right? It's a $51 million.
Yes.
What amount did the company request in its application?
I'm fairly certain that we requested $50 million and we were awarded $51 million.
Is there a, can you tell us why the company didn't request, say, the entire amount of the cooling tower award or a larger percentage?
Honestly, I'm not sure if there were limits within the structure of that award, but we also wanted to make sure that what we were requesting was a reasonable amount that may be more likely to be approved.
Okay, that's it on that topic. I just have a couple of other questions for you,
Okay.
Ms. Elliott. Thanks for your time today.
Sure, thanks.
On page 5 and 6 of your testimony, you take issue with a portion of Lucy Metz, who's the Sierra Club witness in this case. You take issue with a portion of her testimony that referenced the commission's decision in case 2025-00175. That's a case you referenced earlier. You didn't testify in that case, though, did you?
No, I did not.
On pages 5 and 6 of your rebuttal testimony, you cite one sentence from that commission decision. Did you read the entirety of that decision?
I read most of it, yes.
Did you read the proposed settlement that Kentucky Power and some, but not all of the parties to that case joined?
I skimmed it. I think I have it with me.
At multiple points in your rebuttal testimony, Ms. Elliott, you provide your opinion on what the commission decided in that case and what the decision means. I understand from your rebuttal testimony that you have a BA and MBA. Do you have any legal training?
No, I don't.
So you don't have a law degree, correct?
I do not have a law degree.
Okay. Are you qualified to give legal advice?
No,
Are you licensed to practice law in Kentucky?
She already admitted that she does not
No.
have a law degree.
I don't have a law degree.
Okay. Ms. Elliott, I appreciate your time today. I don't have any other questions for you.
Thank you.
Steph?
We do have a few questions, Your Honor. Good morning, Miss Elliott. I'm Justin Young, as I said earlier. I am far away from you, so if you have a hard time hearing me, please let me know and I will try to speak up.
Should probably put on my glasses too.
I was thinking the same thing. I might need some for this. Also, if I ask you any questions that are better applied or better responded to by another witness, please just let me know and we'll pass those on. Do you know the current status of the West Virginia case that mirrors this one?
Yes, I think they're about a month behind us, well, maybe a couple of months. I think their hearing's in September. The applications were filed at about the same time, and I think we expect an order around a similar time frame for both states.
Could you describe to me, in whatever detail you've got, how Kentucky, when Kentucky Power originally purchased its interest in Wheeling, how it determined the valuation, if any inspection or review or consideration was done of the condition of Towers 2?
So that's probably a better question for company witness Pizzino as far as the exact timing of inspections, but in 2012, when we were applying to obtain a 50% undivided ownership in Mitchell, we put a case forward at the commission that very clearly stated that there was no known problems with the Mitchell plant.
Understand, do you know what was done to verify that?
I mean, there are a number of regular inspections that company witness Pizzino could tell you about.
Understand.
I don't remember all the details of that case.
I can ask Mr. Brazino, thank you.
Thanks.
And this one may also be a pass, but we'll see. Do you mind walking me through the timeline of how Kentucky Power has handled the structural issue since they discovered it in 2016?
So, once again, that's probably a question for company witness Pizzino. I can say that in 2016, we began monitoring it very closely, and there were various stages of the project. In 2024 is when we began the preliminary work, and then July of 25, we recognized that the work was going to be much more extensive and expensive than we initially had thought. But company witnesses Malone and Pizzino can give you all the details of that.
Thank you. Going back to the DOE award that everyone was just asking questions about, could the grant be used, is the grant restricted solely to the new mechanical draft tower, or could it be used for other projects? A moment ago in your testimony, you referred to it as a grant for something specific, and I can't remember the terminology used, but it made me think it might be possible to use that for other things.
No, the award is strictly for the new mechanical draft cooling tower at Mitchell. We must build the cooling tower in order to receive the award. And there will be certain milestones of the project that are required to be completed before we receive funding.
So that only applies to option 3?
Only applies to option 3.
Was that the way it was applied for?
That's the exact way it was applied for, yes.
So the application didn't contemplate that a different option could have been chosen?
No, it didn't.
In a post-hearing data request, are there any documents from the Department of Energy that you could provide that would indicate that?
Yes, I mean, we can share those.
And will the benefit of that grant be split equally between West Virginia ratepayers and Kentucky ratepayers?
Yes, it will, yes.
Do you know if there will be any tax consequences of that award?
Ooh, that's a better question for company witness Kuhn.
Thank you. That is all I had for you today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wood?
Yes. Morning, Ms. Elliott.
Good morning.
I have the privilege of being the first witness in a long hearing. I wanted to ask regarding the witnesses, would there be any testimony going to be presented about showing the actual flaws at the cooling tower and how severe they are? I wanted to ask some questions about, I guess, the difference in the assessment from several years ago when they thought it could be repaired versus now they're saying that it sounds like they're saying that it's at risk of complete structural failure altogether. And I was going to ask you, are there any witnesses who are prepared to give testimony to those flaws and sort of the change in assessments from a few years ago?
Yes, company witnesses Malone and Pizzino can help with those types of questions. I'm not a lawyer or an engineer, unfortunately.
You or them, either one, or are they engineers?
No, I'm not. I was making a failed joke.
Well, no, that's all right. It's just sometimes when you sit up here, you don't know the right person to ask and exactly what testimony is going to be presented. And this is a large dollar figure, and I just want to make sure that I ask the right questions to the right people.
They can absolutely help you with those questions.
Does Kentucky Power have a target retirement date for Mitchell?
We have a planned retirement date. For planning purposes, we're using a retirement timeline of 2040. However, there will be several integrated resource plans that are presented to the commission between now and then. You know, there's currently no federal mandate that would require us to retire the Mitchell plant in 2040. So, yes, the planning retirement timeline is 2040.
And is there a possibility that the life of the plant could be extended beyond that time?
Yes, I think company witness Snodgrass in his rebuttal testimony talked a little bit about the overall lifeline of Mitchell, and what can be expected there.
I've just got to tell you that from my perspective, you know, to build a brand new cooling tower presumably it'll have a 50-year plus lifespan. That seems, I won't say it's a waste of money if it saves lives and, you know, keeps you from having to purchase power on the open market, but it seems like a waste to build a 50-year cooling tower and then retire it after 8 years or 10 years.
I can see how you would say that, but it is by far the least risky option. You know, options 1 and 4, where we either tried to continue with the repair, or option 4, where we were going to shorten the tower and take a D-rate. You know, those are both riskier, much riskier options with, you know, without it being that much lower in cost. In my house, I have 2 air conditioning units. One of them is new, and the other one we are patching together. And, you know, you never know how much money you should invest in the patch to keep it going or when to replace it. We did try the fix for the cooling tower, but it was not proving to be cost effective or able to extend the full life of Mitchell. And so that is why we are proposing that option 3 is our best option.
And I'm going to ask a question knowing that you're not an engineer and there's other better people to answer the question, but are there different types of cooling towers that could have been utilized? You know, not every fossil fuel power plant has a parabolic cooling tower. There are also kind of low-rise cooling towers, and I just wondered if there was a different sort of technology for cooling towers that could have been utilized other than the traditional parabolic tower.
Yes, I think there are other types of cooling towers. I can't tell you what they are or why they were not chosen at the time. I do know that there are several hyperbolic cooling towers across the AEP system. Company witnesses Pizzino and Malone could give you more information on that.
Was an independent engineering firm consulted regarding these possibilities, or was it only a consultancy? Was there anybody else, I guess, who was brought in to advise the company on possible other fixes other than option 3?
The company did hire a consultant. Company witness Pizzino or Malone I think Pizzino would be able to tell you more about that.
Very well. That's all I have.
Commissioner Reagan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just a couple of questions. The grant team at AEP or Kentucky Power?
It's an AEP Service Corporation team.
Okay. And do you know if there were any commitments made in exchange for this grant to be awarded, either financial or operational or anything like that?
To my understanding, it's just that we build the mechanical draft cooling tower.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning, Chair Hatton.
You've adopted Tanner Wolfram's testimony.
Yes.
He talks in his testimony, I think on page 17, about monthly impact to customers.
Yes. Let's see. Just a second, I'll get there, please. Okay, in there.
So when his testimony was filed, it was before the DOE grant.
Yes.
Do you have updated numbers for customer bill impact after that is applied?
We do. The updated monthly bill impact is $3.64 per month
For the average residential
for
customer?
1,200 kilowatt hours for a residential customer. But Company Witness Kuhn calculated those and made the updates after
Okay.
the award. So she could give you more detail
Okay.
about that.
So down from $4.59 a month to $3.64 a month
364.
for the average residential customer. And am I interpreting correctly that they won't see that impact until April 27?
So I think if you look at, I have Lane Collins' exhibit in front of me, that under our proposal, it would be a small charge in '26 for construction work in progress.
Okay, so that's the 33 cents.
Yeah, the
And
small.
after the DOE, do you remember what the 33 cents became?
I don't. Company Witness Con could
Okay.
probably help you with that.
Okay. So that's the proposal for the construction work in progress.
That is the proposal.
And then once the plant is placed in service, and after an update to the generation rider in February of '27, then the larger impact to customers.
So I think that.
And if there's somebody better to ask these questions to, I'm happy to do that too.
Yeah, Company Witness Con can definitely give you a little more detail about cost recovery. I think that we expect the new cooling tower to be in place in '28.
And then partial demolition of the current cooling tower to be completed by '29.
Yes.
And will that again have an impact on customers' bill at that point?
It's my understanding that the partial demolition has been included in Company Witness Kuhn's calculations, but we could confirm that with her.
So I don't think it will be surprising or a shock that this is a pretty unpopular project with ratepayers. It's out of state. It is a very old tower. It is 55 years old, I think, now, and by the retirement date will be 69 years old. And this $191 million proposed project is for an expected maximum life of 14 years. And I think we've known for quite a while that this tower was not in great shape. And I don't know that you would have this information, or if you can tell me who can, but when the purchase was made in 2013, I'm wondering what sort of diligence was done as to the shape of the asset that was being purchased. Because it doesn't feel like an arm's length transaction. It feels like one affiliate sold to another. And I think we knew that there were problems with this tower as early as 1990. Is that right? Were there some repairs made in 1990?
I never heard that. I thought that we became aware in 2016,
After our purchase,
right after the purchase.
but, and I don't remember where I saw that, but I think that we've known there have been some problems with this tower for a long time. What can you tell me, if you know, about what sort of diligence was done? And if you were purchasing it from an actual entity that wasn't affiliated with Kentucky Power, do you think that would have been better due diligence about the condition of the asset you were purchasing?
So I remember vaguely from the time that, we did present a thorough case about the condition of the plant. That's something we could probably provide in a post-hearing data request, but I don't remember the details. I remember company witness LaFleur at the time was our employee that presented to the commission on the details of the condition of the plant. But the Mitchell plant to us was half the cost of our alternative in installing the scrubber at Big Sandy. And it was a value to our customers that was approved by the commission in late 2013. And we still feel that it is a good plan. It's a good resource for our customers. You know, it's not abnormal for the aging coal plants to need updates and continued investment. I think that our legislature has passed legislation over the past few years that encourages utilities to continue investing in those plants. As far as all of the analysis that we did at the time of the 2012 case, I didn't review that before the hearing today.
And in 2012 and 13, I wasn't in this position either, or working in Frankfurt or around the legislature at that time, but do you know whether the company considered the sort of ancillary impacts that closing Big Sandy would have on the workforce and the business community in its service territory?
We did. In fact, that's why at the time that we closed Big Sandy Unit 2, we had a school energy manager program to help with the loss of property tax in the region, and we, I think, gave $200,000 annually to help with economic development in the Lawrence County area for a period of 5 years. And then I think we had also helped to the school energy management auditors. I think we had added a $33,000 amount for salaries for them. I mean, there were a number of considerations that we did think about and try to help when we closed Unit 2.
We weren't talking about population loss much in 2012.
Not as much. It was soon after that, though, that Kentucky Power really amped up its efforts in economic development. That was around 2014, 2015. But we were starting to have those economic development discussions then. But no, we weren't talking about population loss as much back then.
You mentioned the recent legislative changes that create additional hurdles in order to close any sort of a fossil fuel plant. And I believe West Virginia has more stringent requirements than we do. And I don't know all the details, but it's very difficult to shut down a coal-fired power plant, neither one. How much confidence do you have in the 2040 retirement date?
You know, that's a better question for company witness Snodgrass. I think he even mentioned it in his rebuttal testimony that, you know, there is nothing currently that would make us retire the plant in 2040. There was a question on page 7 of his rebuttal testimony that asked if there's any reason that he believes that with the installation of the new mechanical draft cooling tower, if Unit 2 could operate past 2040, and he says there's no reason that he would have to believe it couldn't.
And at that point, it'll be 69 years old.
Yeah. Well, parts of it, right?
I'm still operating when I'm
Yeah.
69 years old. And the safety hazards that are characterized as probably pretty urgent. We think they'll be completely resolved by the new cooling tower?
So it's these are questions probably for the engineers, but it's my understanding that once we do the partial demolition of Unit 2 and with the new cooling tower, and yes, those safety concerns will be addressed.
Who would be the best witness to talk about the decisions that went into the DOE application?
That's probably me.
Um,
I'll do my best.
Since an option hadn't been chosen at that time or approved by the commission, I'm curious whether, because I believe I understood you to say that the application only contemplated option 3 being chosen when applying for the DOE grant. And I'm wondering if there were ways that that could have been, the application could have been made so that we weren't faced with a situation where you lose $51 million if we don't choose option 3.
Honestly, I don't know if we could have presented alternatives within the application. I don't know if we could have or not. But I do know that option 3 is presented today because it is the least cost, most reasonable option with the least amount of risk. And the best options for long-term use for the Mitchell plant.
We've heard the term least bad option with reference to this Mitchell plant a few times. And it does sort of feel like options keep getting taken off the table because of the way planning is done in this case. That's a comment, not really a question. But there is always the possibility that West Virginia and Kentucky, since we're both exercising jurisdiction over this facility, will reach different decisions about its maintenance and upkeep and its extended life. And we've already done it once when we didn't approve the Kentucky Power participation beyond 2028 that we've had to change course on. What are the expected implications with regard to the DOE loan if West Virginia and Kentucky make different decisions in the next couple of months regarding the options and the cooling tower?
I don't know how that would work exactly. You know, it is our hope that both commissions make the same decision. Just, you referenced the different decisions in the previous case. There have been a lot of changes to the market since then.
That's true.
You know, the last thing that we would want at this point is to lose the capacity and energy from the Mitchell plant and have to purchase from the market. If the commissions were to make different decisions, we would have to evaluate our options, and that could be one of them.
So, I don't know if they're identical, but very similar applications have been made to West Virginia and Kentucky about building the new cooling tower. I'm assuming the same options are presented in the cases?
I would think so, but I honestly did not review the West Virginia case.
You don't work for Wheeling Power, you work.
Well, I can tell you that the options were presented in exactly the same method to the operating company. I always say that, the operating committee, yes. So if you look at TSW 1, the options as they were presented to the operating company, where the company presidents of Wheeling and Kentucky Power made the joint decision to choose option 3. They were all presented the same options, so,
I did look at those minutes.
yeah.
So if Kentucky and West Virginia public service commissions make different decisions about recovery of the costs. That probably is not that big a deal because they're operated as separate companies. Is that right?
Right, so recovery is separate, like West Virginia, for example, is securitized or in the process of securitizing the Mitchell plant. Kentucky has not yet received statutory authority to securitize the Mitchell plant. So there are some cost recovery mechanisms that are different between the two states.
But that eventuality is planned for basically because they're operated totally separately and they have separate ratepayers and separate structures.
Different number of customers.
So the danger would be if the two state commissions chose not to accept the same option for building the tower. Do you know what would happen in that case?
I don't know. I think it would be pretty similar to the ELG case where we have to go back and try to figure it out. You know, I think that we may lose entitlement to the capacity and energy that comes from Mitchell if we're not paying in an equal share of the costs.
Lose or be proportioned differently?
I think we would have to evaluate that. I think that with the ELG case, there was an amendment made to the operating company agreement to account for those charges separately. So, and it's something that we have dealt with before. It is not the ideal scenario. I think that if the commission denies our application for option 3, then, you know, we would have to reevaluate our options for capacity and energy for planning for customers.
It feels again to me like the options presented to us aren't real options. We're co-owning a plant that is not in our state and is not wholly decided by, Kentucky's PSC, how it's going to operate, and it's a frustrating situation. I think that's all the questions I have. Anything further from the commissioners? No. Okay. Redirect?
No, ma'am.
All right. Is this your lead witness or your catch-all witness?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I can't excuse you then.
No.
Thank you.
I would
But you may
say
stay
anyway.
away from
Thank
the-
you.
And I have a request for a break.
Okay.
So let's take 15. We're back on the record now in case number 2026-0001. And Mr. Gish, if you want to call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The company calls Lara Khan, and Ms. Havens will handle this witness.
Oh, yeah. Welcome back. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and complete under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thanks. Please be seated. Tell us your full name and business address.
My name is Lara Khan. My business address is 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41101.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Khan, can you please state your employer and job title?
Sure, my employer is Kentucky Power, and my job title is Regulatory Manager.
And did you cause to be filed rebuttal testimony in this case?
I did.
And did you respond to data requests?
I did.
And did you adopt portions of Mr. Tanner Wolfram's direct testimony?
Yes, I adopted Section 9.
And did you adopt any of his responses to data requests?
I did.
And do you have any corrections to either Mr. Wolfram's responses and testimony or your own?
No.
And if you were asked the same questions in your testimony, your data request responses, and those you adopted, would all of the answers be the same today?
They would.
The witness is ready for questioning.
Okay. Mr. Cook?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms. Khan. I have just a few questions for you.
Good morning.
So you've already said that you're adopting a portion of Tanner Wolfram's testimony, Section 9, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And you also rebut the position of Mr. Collins' direct testimony regarding the AFUDC offset, isn't that correct?
I do.
Okay. And in fact, you state that the company is proposing to recover a return on rate base and construction work in progress, isn't that correct?
It is correct. The company believes this approach is appropriate because it would employ a gradualistic rate implementation, which Ms. Elliott and the Chair Hatton were discussing previously, as opposed to Mr. Collins, which would have one large lump sum once the project goes into service, which is late 2028. So for the generation rider, that would be our filing February 2029, starts billing in April 2029 as well. This is also important to the company because it ensures the financial integrity. So also in my testimony at R8, the company's financial health is important for both the company and our customers. So it ensures that it allows or will likely help when being rated by rating agencies. So specifically, cash flow is one of the metrics that rating agencies look at. And for us, that a higher credit, for any utility, a higher credit rating generally means that there will be a lower cost of debt, which would result in smaller interest payments for customers and an overall revenue requirement reduction. It also means that in times of volatility, that we would have better access to capital. Now, currently, Kentucky is a Baa3 with Moody's, which is at the lowest investment grade for credit rating agencies.
Okay, thank you. You're familiar, are you not, with the company's rate case, 2025-00257? That was the last rate case.
I am familiar, but I was not a witness.
Okay. And you're familiar with the company's generation rider tariff, also known as Tariff GR, which the company filed with the commission after the final order was issued in the rate case?
I am. I actually prepared the compliance filings, and I've provided the final approved from 2025-257 as Exhibit LMK-R1.
Okay, thank you. We're going to pass out several documents from the rate case as exhibits. Counsel for KIUC is going to do this.
Your Honor, these are marked as AGK, exhibits 1, 2, and 3. I will.
These are not in the record.
These are Kentucky Power documents from the last rate case.
Staff, did we incorporate that case? Yeah.
Thank you.
Guess I'm gonna go in this first one. This is another Kentucky Power exhibit from the rate case.
Get your steps in.
That's-
Get your steps in. So we're looking at AG KIUC Joint Exhibits 1 and 2.
So, yes, and I have one more. For- Last one. This is the generation rider tariff that was approved last rate case.
I have it as my exhibit, I believe.
Okay, Ms. Com, that we just handed out 3 exhibits, and first I'd like to have you look at the one that is in the upper left corner is marked AGKIUC Exhibit 1.
Okay.
And do you see in the upper right corner where this document came from Kentucky Power's application in the rate case?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Cook, if I might, just, I don't mean to break your turn. This has yellow highlighting in it. I believe it's just for
It was added
attention
just
and
for
not for
demonstrative purposes.
demonstrative purposes and not
Yes.
confidential, but
Correct.
it makes me, because it's not confidential, but.
Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that.
And-
I had a moment to think about that, too.
And also, I don't know if this matters, but the Exhibit 3 they've handed out is Tariff GR, is only pages one of, it's the first 2 pages of a 3-page tariff that is provided.
Is it front and back?
Just one, it's a 3-page tariff that's in the record already in this case, in Company Witness
Okay.
Khan's rebuttal
Okay.
testimony.
So all 3 pages are already in the
Yes.
rebuttal testimony, but we're only going to look at 2 of them. Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
So assuming these are not confidential, if they're marked in yellow, that wasn't an objection?
No, I just wanted to clarify, make sure that we didn't get stuck ways.
Okay, there on Exhibit 1, do you see on the left side, the line numbers are numbered, and at line 44, can you read that description into the record?
Construction work in progress, brackets, excludes AFUDC and QUIP.
Okay, thank you. So this shows the QUIP included in rate base, correct?
Yes, excluding AFUDC.
Okay. Now, looking at the next exhibit, AGKIUC Exhibit 2, this is also a filing from the rate case, correct?
Correct.
And this document shows the AFUDC offset as an increase to operating income for the QUIP that qualifies for AFUDC, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And there at line 14, which we highlighted for demonstrative purposes, could you please read that description into the record?
AFUDC offset adjustment / deferred income.
Thank you. And finally, Exhibit 3, we've talked about this a little bit already. This is the copy of the tariff that you worked on and that you included in your rebuttal, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Chair, I believe that's all the questions I have.
Do you want to move to admit these?
Yeah, I'd like to admit all 3 exhibits.
Any objection?
Yeah, the only objection I have is that the exhibit, sorry,
Go ahead.
The only objection I have is that Exhibit 3 is already in the record in total as Exhibit LMKR1.
No rule, if you're going to tag team, say
I
tag.
know, I'm sorry.
I try to tell them.
I know, sorry.
It'll be admitted then. And that's the end of your questions?
Yes, that's all I have, Chair.
And I generally do KIUC first, but I think I asked Mr. Schoaf first last time, so it doesn't matter to me which one of you wants to go first.
We have no questions, Your Honor.
Okay,
I have a few.
in that case, you're going first.
Ms. Khan, so on this question of starting the recovery, assuming the commission approves the cooling tower, it's a $75 million capital investment, 100 basically, or minus the 25 from the DOE grant, correct?
I think it started at, I'm not sure the specifics, I'm sorry. I think it started at 191, and then there's the $51 million grant, and then 50% for us.
So $70 million capital project?
Sure, I'll take your math.
Okay. And so your position is that you should start recovering the interest on that approximate 70 million through the GR tariff immediately after this case, or in your next GR filing, and start recovering that amount on customer bills immediately?
Yeah, so it would be, I discussed this at Con R6. The company would be refunded and customers would pay for the interest cost while the project is being constructed. So it would be a phased-in rate. So if there's construction costs in 2026, then those would appear in the generation rider when we file in February of 2027, that the rate would start in April billing of 2027.
Okay, so it would be a phase-in, but customers would start seeing a new line item on their bill, starting small and then building up until the facility goes commercial.
The generation rider already exists on bills, so I wouldn't say it's a new line item in bills. The rate for it will change on the schedule I provided. And it would be for this project, it would be a phased-in, smaller as the project starts to go in service.
So the generation rider will increase on customer bills sooner under your proposal versus capitalizing the construction period interest under the AG KIUC Mr. Collin approach.
Yes,
Okay. And that would have, under either approach, there's no effect on the company's earnings. Isn't that correct? Because AFUDC is treated as earnings versus getting the cash through your approach.
correct. There might be a little bit of nuance depending on what weighted average cost of capital is approved at the time between the two. But generally, yes, that's correct. Again, I would say that we're proposing this approach because we think it's important from the cash flow perspective for the company and our customers.
It's a relatively small amount of money, isn't it, every month under this, under your approach, or capitalizing it? We're talking about the interest expense on a $70 million investment over a few years.
So I did ask our folks in Columbus to run what the impact to our FFO to debt of doing an AFUDC approach. And during the year with the highest amount of construction costs, it would be about a 0.7%. Now, that may not seem like a lot, but it is important to the company, and a lot of these small things can add up to a bigger picture.
So this is a cash flow issue, it's not an earnings issue.
Correct.
And consumers have cash flow issues also, don't they?
Yes, we have the same problems that our customers do.
Okay. If the commission were to wait and start recovering, assuming this $70 million or so investment gets approved, and the commission were to wait until it's finished before recovery starts, wouldn't the new data center that's been announced pay a large portion of that cost versus starting to recover it early before the data center is online?
If the data center comes online, which the company, as Ms. Elliott already discussed, does not operate under what-ifs, but if the data center comes online, then yes, it would increase the denominator that's utilized in the generation rider.
And lower?
And spread the cost, making the overall rate impact lower.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Conklin.
Is there also a gradualism issue there for customers? I know there's cash flow or earnings issue, but if we started sooner, is it a more gradual increase for,
Exactly, and that's the company's approach, or proposed approach.
but if they waited until, assuming a data center is ever approved and comes online, then it would, as you said, change the denominator, and everybody pays a little less when there's a large load customer like that.
Yes, that's the benefit of economic development.
Gotcha. Sorry.
No, I was done, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Shuff, you had no questions?
No questions.
Staff?
Just a few quick questions. I just wanted to get some clarity on, at least in base rates, how the process works, because there was kind of two AFUDC offsets, I think, that were being talked about. With the QIP that's included in rate base, in base rates, it's saying excluding AFUDC. And I'm looking at Exhibit 1, AGKUC Exhibit 1.
Okay.
So it says excluding AFUDC. That's not talking about the income adjustment. That's talking about AFU, or interest that is accrued as AFUDC is booked into the construction work in progress account. Is that correct? And you're removing that portion of the QIP.
So I would probably need to go back to I do take AGKIUC's Exhibit 1 and 2 in conjunction with each other. So I would need to go back to the person that performed the adjustment. I believe it was 51 in this one to confirm your statement.
Okay. Do you know, I guess generally speaking, with respect to Kentucky Power's base rates, though, when they include QIP in rate base, does Kentucky Power exclude that portion of QIP that's attributable, essentially the already capitalized portion of the AFUDC that's part of QIP?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And then the other, looking at AGKIUC Exhibit 2, Kentucky Power includes QIP in rate base so that there would be a return on the full QIP, except there's an income adjustment that corresponds to the AFUDC that would be accrued on that construction work in progress that effectively offsets that portion of the return. Is that correct?
Sorry for the pause. Yes, I just wanted to state that my testimony at Con R7 discusses this.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because there was talk about the AFUDC offset. There's kind of two offsets. Is that correct? There's
So
the
it's-
removal of the AFUDC from the QIP that's included in rate base, and then there's the income adjustment that removes the return on the AFUDC.
Like I said, I'd want to confirm with the people who actually did the adjustments, but that's my understanding.
Okay. That's what I was wanting to clarify, because there was kind of talk about AFUDC offset, and I just wanted to make sure that I understood that. With respect to AFUDC and QIP, there's some construction work in progress is not eligible for AFUDC. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. It's only for the qualifying ones that we would do this process.
So if all of the QIP, well, I guess my second question is the return on AFUDC, or the return that's used to calculate AFUDC, or the interest rate, or is that different than the weighted average cost of capital that's used to calculate the return on QIP if the QIP is included in rate base?
I don't believe so. But again, I would want to confirm with the person that did the adjustment.
I meant just generally speaking. Are you familiar with how Kentucky Power calculates?
No, I've never done the calculation, no.
Okay. I'll ask that as like a post-hearing data request. I guess, are you familiar with Do you know whether or not FERC has specific rules regarding the rate that should be used to calculate AFUDC?
No, I'm not offhand.
Okay. If you could look at page 10 of your rebuttal testimony.
Okay, I'm there.
And I understand Kentucky Power was asking for a deferral of certain costs related to the cooling tower, or authority to defer certain costs related to the cooling tower for later rate recovery. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In table 5 there on page 10, does that list the categories of costs that, at least with the initial application, that Kentucky Power was seeking to defer?
Sorry, can you repeat this?
My question really is what categories of costs was Kentucky Power seeking to defer? And I believe you list them there in your table. And so my question is, like, in the initial application, are those the categories of costs that Kentucky Power was seeking to defer as part of that request for deferral authority?
Yes, and then rebuttal has then closed that gap a little bit.
Yes. So the generation rider was approved, so that eliminated the need to defer certain categories of costs. Is that correct?
Yes, there, I think the original application just wanted to make sure that we could include those costs in the generation rider. It may not have even been necessary in the original application to have requested it.
And then what are the categories of costs for which you're still, or for which Kentucky Power is still requesting deferral authority? Is it incremental O&M, incremental property taxes, and then engineering and related work to investigate possible alternatives?
Yes, sir. So it's the first, third, and fifth, which I believe is all the ones you listed in the table.
As far as incremental O&M, to your knowledge, is there any incremental O&M that would arise from the operation of option 3, the new cooling tower?
No, and we clarified in discovery that this incremental O&M really is just equal to the engineering studies that were necessary to bring this application forward to the commission. But there is no incremental O&M, to my knowledge, between the mechanical cooling draft tower versus what is currently the parabolic cooling tower.
So the incremental O&M would be basically, you said the engineering studies, so you're talking about the first item in this table, engineering and related work to investigate possible alternatives?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then the two that are being requested are the engineering and related work to investigate possible alternatives, and then the incremental property tax expense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I understand the incremental property tax expense, but as far as the engineering and related work to investigate possible alternatives, to your knowledge, does the FERC system of accounts allow for the capitalization of preliminary survey and construction work?
I'm not sure, but we're not asking for a return on this. We're just asking to defer the costs that we actually incurred.
I understand that. I guess my main question is, though, I guess, are you not familiar with what categories of costs can be capitalized as part of a project, like preliminary surveys and certain preliminary work that might be eligible for capitalization?
Not offhand. I didn't prepare for this, no.
Would you agree, though, that if something's eligible to be capitalized, there would be no need for a deferral, because the deferral is an expense item that would not otherwise be capitalized?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
If something can already be capitalized under other rules that would allow it to be included as part of QUIP and then moved to plant and service when the cooling tower goes into service, there would be no need to defer those costs. Would you agree with that?
I would, but that's not what we proposed here.
Okay. I guess that was really the heart of my question, and maybe you can't answer it, is, my understanding is that the FERC rules and, other accounting rules do allow certain costs to be capitalized. And I was trying to get you out, my question is, can you distinguish between the costs that would be capitalized and then placed in plant and service versus the costs that you're seeking to defer here? Can you distinguish between those two?
Yeah, like I said, we're not asking to capitalize the line 1 or 5. But we can,
And I'm not saying you can, I guess my question really is, I know there are certain costs that can be capitalized. And I'm presuming if you could capitalize them that way, you wouldn't ask for deferral authority because there'd be no need. And so my question is to distinguish between those two. And it sounds like maybe you don't know the answer to that.
I don't know the answer
Okay.
to that today.
I wasn't intending to suggest that the cost in the table could be capitalized, but I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Wood?
I wanted to ask a question. Did you say that Kentucky Power's rating was BAA?
BAA 3,
BAA3. Okay, great. And that's a Moody's?
that's the Moody's one, yes. I'm not
and
sure what Fitch or S&P is currently.
But that's still investment grade, is that correct?
It is, it's the very last one for investment grade.
Okay, very well. Thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Reed?
Can I ask my question?
Okay. Ms. Khan, Witness Elliott gave me the updated customer impact, monthly impact for residential average customer, after, construction is completed. But under your proposal, there was initially, I think, 33 cents per customer per month, estimated for 2026, if your proposal is accepted for the construction work in progress. Do you have an updated amount after the DOE grant?
So I do not, Witness Kuhn actually prepared the rate impacts.
Okay, so I'll ask Witness Kuhn then about that updated amount. In your rebuttal testimony, when you're rebutting some of the assertions that Witness Collin put forth, Witness Collin has asserted that Kentucky Power is considered an AFUDC company, and I believe that your testimony is that you could be both, and that it depends on which costs we're talking about, and that certain costs would qualify for the construction work in progress treatment. Can you, and I know you pointed to one example, that the commission had approved the CWIP treatment in the 2021 case for major construction projects. Can you tell me why you feel like this is one of those qualifying projects that should get the CWIP? Is it just because it's considered major construction?
Yes, because of the size of the project, we think that it's important. Like I was discussing, this cash flow does become one of the metrics that rating agencies do look at. So ensuring that we have a strong rating will likely reduce the cost of debt. And then that then reduces the interest payments that end up lowering revenue requirements for customers.
So has the commission applied the CWIP treatment to all of the major construction projects, the generation building and all that things? I don't think so, right?
I don't think so.
But you're proposing it in this case for cash flow purposes?
Yes.
Can you address Mr. Kurtz's comment earlier or question about the benefits of waiting until a potential large load customer comes on board.
I think Ms. Elliott actually already addressed this. We simply just don't operate under what-ifs. Now, certainly, it would have the impact of increasing the denominator, which then spreads or reduces the rate across more customers. But we do not operate under potential. We operate under what we know and our current customer base.
I'd like to take this opportunity to talk just a little bit and ask you to explain, in general, how a large load customer would have the effect of stabilizing rates. And if you're not the right witness, and I know it's not specific to this particular testimony that you gave or this issue, but it's something that I don't know that ratepayers understand.
So I appreciate that. I think Ms. Kuhn is with the pricing team and certainly has dealt with these in various jurisdictions. I think it's really what I already discussed. Now it's more nuanced. There's costs that might go into serving that customer, but then those costs may be entirely offset by their contribution to what needs to be paid, and then some, alleviating the cost to other customers. Now, that's very high-level explanation. Like I said, Ms. Kuhn is in the pricing team and could probably go into further detail.
Okay, thank you for that. People may be led to believe that they may see a decrease in their rates, not just the smaller increases, but a decrease. Is that a possibility?
It's a possibility, but it's not a guarantee. It all depends on what is happening. So there may be increases that would happen outside of that load, regardless of that customer, that customer is essentially masking for everybody else, that they're bringing down those costs for everybody else, but there's still an increase. Does that make sense?
Yeah. But the large load customer, assuming we managed any additional costs caused by that large load customer, could have a positive impact for other ratepayers.
Yes.
Are there any costs or potential costs related to this project that we're not seeing in here? For instance, decommissioning costs?
Not that I'm aware of, but Witness Kuhn prepared the analysis.
I think that's all the questions I have. Anything further from commissioners?
Yeah, I wanted to ask something else. Is the $51 million grant, is that guaranteed? Is that in the bag, or is that still pending, or what's the status of that?
I've not been involved in those discussions. I think Ms. Elliott said we're currently working out the milestones at which it would be paid out. So to me, that says that it's in the bag, but I can't confirm that.
And is the depreciation of the new cooling tower, how many years do you propose to depreciate it over?
So there's, again, this was in Ms. Kuhn's testimony. There's two elements to this. There's the economic analysis, which utilized 25 years, which is the useful life of the cooling tower. And it represents the potential for it to go past 2040, whether Mitchell remains as a coal unit or converts to perhaps gas. In the rate impacts for the case, it is usual, we have proposed that it be depreciated through 2040 at a unique depreciation rate of 8.33%. And that proposal is simply to make sure that future ratepayers don't end up with a higher remaining plant balance for that project.
Very well, thank you.
Anything further? Redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Any reason this witness couldn't be excused? Thank you, Ms. Bell.
Thank you.
have Mr. Bish or Ms. Havens.
Your Honor, the company calls Mr. Sean Malone.
I'll try to keep my mouth shut this time, Your Honor.
Can try.
Sorry, I don't know that it'll work, but I'll try. I promise.
Hello, Mr. Millen. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thanks. Please be seated and tell us your full name and business address, if you will.
Good morning. My name is Sean Malone. My business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Malone, can you please state your employer and job title?
Sure. My employer is American Electric Service Corporation. My job title is Director of Projects.
And did you cause to be filed direct testimony in this case?
I did.
And did you cause to be filed responses to data requests?
I did.
Do you have any corrections to your direct testimony or your responses to any data requests?
I do not.
Okay. And if you were to be asked the same questions in your testimony and in those data requests today, would your responses be the same?
They would.
Witnesses ready for cross-examination.
Okay, Mr. Cook.
No questions, Chair.
Mr. Schiff.
No questions?
Mr. Kurtz.
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff.
We did have some questions. Could you turn to page 5 of your direct testimony?
Sure.
I was looking at table SPM-1. These are the estimated capital and removal costs for the 4 options that Kentucky Power considered. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
I guess firstly, looking at option 2, I noticed that the incremental capital cost is 0. Other witnesses' analysis contemplated that option 2 would include the purchase or the construction of a natural gas combined cycle unit. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
Okay. Is the reason that that option 2 is 0 there is that because that's something you weren't a part of providing the capital cost for that
Thank
unit?
you. Correct. You're correct.
Okay. So does this table just include capital cost or estimated capital costs and removal costs for Mitchell under these options?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I'm looking at option 1 and the removal costs. Could you confirm that the full demo for option 1 is estimated to cost $3 million?
That is correct.
And where did that number come from?
My understanding was that was when we contacted a contractor for an implosion, and that was the cost we got for an implosion.
Okay. Do you know what contractor was contacted?
I do not recall.
Was that done in writing, or was that done over the phone, or?
It was done in writing.
Okay. In your direct testimony at page 7, you indicated that the existing cooling tower cannot be safely imploded due to the layout at Mitchell Plant. Back to the table you were just looking at. Is that why there's such a cost difference between the demolition cost for option 1 and the demolition cost for option 3?
Exactly correct.
Okay. So the 29 million for demoing or partially demoing the tower while Mitchell continues to operate, that would not be a cost that would be incurred for option one, is that correct?
That is correct.
The 29 or approximately 29 million partial demolition cost that's in options 2, 3, and 4, what is the basis? Where did you get that number from?
That again was from a contractor.
Okay.
Contacted out.
And again, do you know if that was in writing or was that,
That was in writing as well.
okay. And do you know who the contractor was?
I know at least we got a cost from the International Chimney Corporation, who was on site doing other work for us.
And I know we had asked a question about, I might ask a post-hearing, I have some other questions about this, but I might ask a post-hearing, to the extent that those aren't already in the record, to kind of provide those estimates. Would that be something that would be possible?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at, I don't know if this is, I'm looking at for option 3, I believe, and this might be in Ms. Coon's documentation, but there's an additional, I think, $5 million removal cost at the end of the life of Mitchell.
Correct.
And is that 5 million, that's in addition to the 29, correct?
That is correct.
And is that contemplating, again, implosion of the remaining tower?
Correct.
Okay. And was that something that you got from International Chimney, an estimate that you got, or did you just escalate the $3 million estimate?
It'd be best to ask Ms. Kuhn that question.
Okay. Do you know that if you got an estimate for 5 million?
Yes, my understanding is we did get an estimate for $5 million.
Okay.
For that. I assume it came from ICC, the International Chimney Corporation, but I don't know that for sure.
And that was a separate estimate from the $3 million implosion?
Correct.
Would you have any idea why, the cost difference there?
I don't know why.
Okay. Could you refer, if you have, do you have requests for information that you responded to in front of you?
Yes.
So I'm looking at Kentucky Power's response to Commission staff's first request for information, item 5B. My apologies, I need to pull it up myself.
What subpart was that?
I was looking at subpart B.
B. Okay.
If you wanted to read through it really quick, I'll.
Okay.
So, with respect to option 1, you indicated the cost estimate was prepared by extrapolating International Chimney Corporation, Commonwealth's, a contractor utilized by the company, actual repair rate, both duration and costs realized on the project to date, over the remaining anticipated tower repairs.
Correct.
Could you explain what you mean by that in more detail?
Certainly. So we came up with our estimate to do the complete parabolic repair. First part of that was to basically sandblast the exterior of the cooling tower. And our assumptions on the superficial layer were different. So when we removed that first layer of skin, we saw a lot more cracking, a lot deeper cracking, and we had to do what we call full depth repairs, so a lot more full depth repairs. So we're cutting complete windows through the side of that chimney. So that was where we thought we would encounter the least amount of deformities. So we extrapolated, hey, as we get to where we know there are more deformities, when we remove that outer layer of skin and we really see the bones and the muscle of this tower, we're going to anticipate we're going to see the exact same type of additional deformations that we saw in the lower part of the chimney. So that's when we say we're going to extrapolate. We're going to assume that where we saw fewer and we anticipated fewer and we had more, that we'll have the same effect as we get up the chimney to where there are actually, where we plan to encounter more deformities.
So, you've already done a portion of the work, I guess.
Correct.
What percentage of the, I guess, complete restoration have you done?
About 20% of the complete restoration.
Okay. And what was the total cost spent on that?
Loaded cost is about $33 million.
And what do you mean by loaded cost?
That includes all of our overhead AFUDC, capital costs, it's the entire cost.
What about the costs, the initial capital cost?
Separate from what I call the loaded cost?
Yes.
I believe that's around $28 million.
Okay. And so, back to your, I guess your table, table S&P 1, you had 136 million remaining.
Correct.
So you took the 28%, you've done 20%, so you have 4 times that left.
Right.
Which would be roughly $112 million, assuming it's 28 million.
Right.
So then you escalated that to some extent to get to 36 million.
That's correct. That's where we extrapolated because at the bottom of the tower is where we anticipated encountering the least amount of repair work. And we knew as we moved up the chimney, we were going to have to do more additional repairs. So that's where we said we extrapolated. Hey, this is what we encountered when we moved that. We basically power washed, hydroblasted that outer skin. We would see the same type of deformities, only more of them, as we moved up the cooling tower.
And how did you determine the extent, I guess, the extent of that escalation?
We took, here's the costs that we said, hey, here's phase 1 cost that we got from ICC, and here's where we ended up. And we said, okay, take that same type of percentage, but multiply it because we know we're going to hit more deformities. We know we're going to hit more imperfections as we move up the cooling tower.
So was the initial plan, how many phases was the project initially intended to?
3 phases.
3 phases. And did Kentucky Power get estimates for all 3 phases initially?
I do not know that.
Okay. I assume you got one for the initial phase, though.
I would assume, in my role, that's not part of what I do to communicate that out, so I don't know how it was communicated to Kentucky Power.
Who's responsible for?
It would be Miss Elliott, who spoke earlier, or Miss Kuhn.
Well, I guess when I say Kentucky Power, I'm meaning with respect to Mitchell. Who's responsible for retaining the contractors with respect to Mitchell for these types of projects?
So my group writes the contract, so we have the contract for all the construction activities going on there.
So that's what I was asking about the initial 28 million. You would have been responsible for, I guess, requesting proposals from contractors?
Correct, yes.
And did you send requests for proposals to multiple contractors, or how did that work?
We did. We sent them out to 5. Only 3 responded, so we went out to 5 contractors that our procurement group and our engineering group identified as capable of doing this type of work. We only got 3 responses. I believe of the 3 responses, Only 2 of them could technically meet our specifications. There aren't a lot of parabolic cooling towers out there throughout the world, let alone in the US. There are very few companies that do this type of work.
And those two companies, one was International Chimney, and who was the other company?
I don't recall.
And that was just for phase one, though?
No, that would have been for all 3 phases, or for all phases of construction on the tower.
Okay. I don't think that was provided in any response to any request for information. So if we did a post-hearing request, would that be something that you'd be able to provide?
Sure. I would say a lot of it would be proprietary or to ICC, so we would probably make it confidential, but we could provide it.
So when you say you extrapolated, I guess, you had the full bid for the full project. You knew that phase one ended up going over budget. Did you just assume that phase two and phase three would go over budget to the same degree to get the 36 million, or did you make additional adjustments?
We made additional adjustments. We assumed it would be worse. So there would be an additional to the percentage that we had on phase one. Because again, that's where we anticipated encountering the least amount of deformities.
Where did you anticipate phase two would be the same as phase one, or that phase two would have more deformities?
We assumed phase two would have much more deformities.
And then phase three?
Phase three would, where you can actually physically see the bubbles on the outside is where we encounter that. So we knew phase 2 and 3 would be, we would encounter the most amount of deformities in phase 2 and 3.
And what percentage did you escalate the phase two and the phase three costs?
I was not part of that, to see the percentages that they used, so I don't know the exact percentage.
Who made that decision as to the extent to which to escalate the phase two and the phase three estimates to get the 136 million?
So that was a combination of our cost analysts, so our cost analyst group, engineering, and our site folks who were actually on the tower looking at the amount of deformities that they were seeing, and project management was part of that as well.
That's something, you're managing the project, so were you involved in those discussions?
I definitely was.
Okay.
I did not.
But you don't know what the percentages are that were used?
I can determine that. I don't recall the exact percentages that were used because at that time we were looking at a whole host of issues, which is why we paused. Because the project, I made the call, like, this project's getting out of hand. We have to bring in management. We have to talk to Wheeling. We have to talk to Kentucky because these costs are escalating too quick on what we assumed would be the easiest part of the tower. So that's why we paused. And we ran through multiple scenarios with that group I just discussed to see where could we end up and where could we be.
Was there any kind of memo written with respect to where you might end up on, from a cost perspective, if you continued with the initial project?
I would say there were multiple memos written on that.
Okay. I think I'll do a post-hearing request, asking about those with respect to any discussion of, the potential cost risks. To your recollection, is there any high side risk that was contemplated, with respect to option one, the initial project?
I'm not sure what you mean by high side risk.
Well,
There were
you
lots of
estimated,
risks.
so you kind of escalated, there's the initial estimate, and then phase one is complete. You still have phase two and phase three to complete.
Right.
To get the 136 million that was used for the economic analysis to support this case, you escalated phase two and you escalated phase three.
Correct.
I imagine when you're talking about escalating those costs, you say, well, there's, it might be, 10% lower than our estimate, or, there's a probability it's going to be 30% higher than our estimate.
Mm-hmm.
So was there any discussion like that? And if so, what was kind of the ceiling you were that was discussed?
So initially, we were doing a Class 5 estimate, which was a plus 100% minus 50. We were confident we were not going to go minus because of the amount of deformities that we're finding. Again, we scanned the building. Mr. Bazzino can talk about this in much better detail than I myself. But we scanned the building, so we knew where the cracks were, we knew the size of the cracks. Just when we sandblasted them, or power washed it, forgive me, it exposed a lot more cracks and a lot deeper cracks that skin was really covering up and masking. And we knew as we moved up that tower that they were just going to continue, that same pattern would repeat itself as we moved up the tower, because we could see physically a lot more cracking as we moved up that tower.
What level of confidence do you have in the 136 million for the remainder of the project?
It concerns me, the 136. It could go higher. It could also go lower. We put some good safety factors in there, but until we take off that extra layer of skin, there's really no way of knowing. So we do have a good deal of confidence. We put contingency in there, and we put safety factors in there, but it's still a big concern because we did the same thing in the Phase 1 approach. That's why, if I can jump ahead, like the option 3, we're building it in the clear. So there's a lot less risk that we have to assume in that option. So it's a much safer option, it's a much more reliable and dependable option, continuing with option 1.
And what do you mean building it in the clear? I think I know, but could you explain that a little
Sure,
more?
building in the clear. So option 1 is repairing an existing asset, an existing tower. When we build in the clear, we're basically taking a piece of land at Mitchell, which right now we are having to remove some stuff, but it will be basically a green field. There'll be nothing there as we start construction. And then we can build it in the clear and then tie it in. So we're going to clear off, if you will, parcel area on the Mitchell property and build that as a brand new asset.
Thank you, I appreciate that explanation.
No problem.
Going back to the response to commission staff's first request for information, item 5, and I was going to talk about option 4. And for option 4, you indicated the cost estimate was developed in direct coordination with International Chimney Corporation, as this is their area of expertise, and they were physically present on the tower to understand the complexity of the structural challenges associated with the tower's existing conditions.
Correct.
Could you kind of give a more detailed explanation of what's meant by that?
It's a little bit of what I've explained. So we put out our RFP, they responded to the RFP, we identified the cracking, we identified the deformities, we could see where there were actual physical holes all the way through the tower. But as they started to hydro wash the exterior and remove that layer of skin, that's when we started seeing a lot more of the deformities. And so that was their expertise. So we said, hey, assuming we're going to see these same type of things as we move up the cooling tower, do you agree with that, first of all? And they were like, yes, we absolutely agree with that. Can you give us a price, firm price, for moving up? And they said we would do a time and material price for that because there is so much unknown. Because as we blast this skin off of this building, or of this tower, which is pushing 65 years, we don't know what we're going to encounter. And we've experienced that already on what was supposed to be the most stable part of the tower. And as we go up, we're just not sure what we're going to hit. So they've had safety factors. We put safety factors in as well on that number.
So they actually gave you a time and material bid?
Correct.
For option 4 or for both option 4 and option 1?
Option 1 and 4.
Okay. And option 4 is effectively, it is option 1 or, well, there's the incremental capital costs on option 4.
Correct.
Does that incremental capital cost just include, like, reinforcing a portion of the existing tower?
It's actually, it's continuing to reinforce the tower and shorten the tower.
Yeah.
So it's reducing the overall height of the tower.
Well, that's what, I'm looking at, again, your table SPM1.
Mhm.
You have the 80 million for the incremental capital cost.
Correct.
Then you have the 29 million for the partial demolition.
Right.
Is the 80 million include reinforcing the tower and shortening the tower?
Yes.
Okay. If that's the case, if the 80 million is reinforcing the tower and shortening the tower, why is there a need for the 29 million for the partial demolition, which
So
is?
maybe I misspoke there. The 80 million is to reinforce the tower, and the 29 is to reduce it, but they're two separate numbers.
Okay,
So 80 would just be, we're going to reinforce that shorter tower, and the 29 would be priced to make it shorter, to reduce the overall height.
and were both of those included in this bid that was provided by
ICC?
International Chimney?
Yes, I believe they were.
Okay, I'll do a post-hearing data request for that.
Okay.
Did any other potential vendors, or let me distinguish, I know you had the initial project and then option 1 and option 4 are kind of extensions of the initial project to some extent.
Correct.
So after you determined the damage was more extensive than you anticipated, were there other vendors that provided bids for option 1 and or option 4?
No.
It was just International
It was
Chimney?
just ICC, correct.
So to the extent there were other vendors, that was for the initial project?
Correct.
Okay.
They were on site, they had the most on-hand experience on that building, and we already knew the 5 companies we could find, only 2 of them were deemed qualified. And ICC was the lower cost option of the two.
In witness Kuhn's testimony, she had indicated that something to the effect, and we can refer to her testimony if necessary, but that you had provided her information, or I'm sorry, I don't know if she didn't say that you had, but she said that option 4 would require that unit 2 be offline for a period of time.
Correct.
Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Did you provide her with that information?
Yes, our group did.
How long would unit 2 have to be offline for option 4?
Oh, for option 4. Sorry, I thought you said option 2. But yes, we assumed that we could get it done in about 6 months, so that would be offline for 6 months.
When you say, like, assume you can get it done, are you talking about the reinforcing or the demoing?
Reinforcement doesn't need we don't need an outage to do the reinforcement. It's just to do that reduction in the tower height. We need an outage for that.
Okay,
And that was from ICC. That was their schedule, their timeframe that they provided to us.
okay. And was that in this bid that we were talking about, or?
Yes, I mean, I know it was in a memo for the duration. When you say a bid, I'm not sure if it was in the bid part. We asked for a schedule and dollar amounts, and they provided it to us.
Or an estimate that was provided by
Correct.
ICC,
Yes,
a work plan, or?
yes.
So 6 months is the time frame.
Correct.
Okay. Witness Kuhn's testimony, I think she indicated that you had provided the estimated 10-year useful life for options 1 and option 4. Is that correct?
I didn't provide that. That'd be best answered by Mr. Pizzino.
Okay. She had indicated that it came from you. Is that
And I would say
inaccurate?
the useful life would have come from Dan, but it may have come through our group. It may have come to me and I provided it to her. That's how she received it. Yeah.
That's what I was wondering, if it came through you,
Yes, it came through.
but you wouldn't have been the person that came up with that 10-year useful life.
You're correct,
So that would be
Mr. Pizzino.
Mr. Pizzino. I wanted to look at option 3. What, I'm looking again at table SPM 1. So you have option 3, you have incremental capital cost of 162 million. And then the removal cost of 29 million. I understand that that capital cost came in part from, is it Worley, the engineering firm that prepared a
it is.
report regarding?
Correct.
So, I guess we might need to go into confidential session. It might make it easier just to ask. The Worley cost estimates are currently confidential.
Glenn, can we move into confidential? We are back on the public record, but we are going to take a 1-hour break and see everybody back about 1. We are back on the record in case number 2026-00001. Kentucky Power's application for a CPCN for a cooling tower at the Mitchell plant. And we still have Mr. Malone on the stand. You had more questions, Mr. Bellamy?
A few, yeah.
Okay. Proceed.
Could you look at page 8 of your direct testimony?
Yes.
You talked there about strict project costs and schedule controls. That AEP has implemented. Could you kind of just describe what those are and how you seek to control costs, like once a project starts?
Yeah, so we create a baseline for our cost, and we create a projection, so how much money we're going to spend in the year, and then how much money we plan on spending each month. The project team looks at those numbers on a weekly basis to see if we're on track, to look for anomalies. That's what I want to know about. I want to be communicated to, are there anomalies? Maybe we received a bunch of material early, has it been delayed? But we really want to keep on track with our cost projections for the year. And then every month I get a report that I review with each project manager to review those costs and say, hey, I see a surprise, can you explain this to me? But we go through it, talk through it, make sure that I'm comfortable with it, and then if it's out of line, then I have to share it with up the food chain. I share it with Kentucky Power, share it with Wheeling Power, if it reaches that level, to make sure they're informed.
So when you say strict, and let me just quote the language, I guess, it says, on line 17, it just says, AEPSC has stringent project costs and schedule control requirements that require project vendors and contractors to develop and maintain integrated construction schedules, utilizing Prevera P6 schedule software, so the schedule can be monitored and controlled. So is it just, are the strict controls are just monitoring of costs, or are there like specific contract provisions that are included that, would prevent contractors from going over budget, or?
So when we talked earlier about this contract was a T&M, so time and material contract, not to exceed, so they can't exceed that. But we're not going to wait until they give us notice that they've exceeded it or they might exceed it. We're tracking, say, hey, based on the schedule, so we want a fully integrated schedule that has all the vendors incorporated into it, so we can understand not just siloed vendors, but we want it all integrated. We should be on this spending spectrum, and we're, in this case, hey, we're trending way high. Why? Right? And I knew about, hey, more deficiencies, right? After the hydro blast, and we revealed more cracks, deeper cracks, wider cracks. So I knew the explanation, but I still wanted to see in the cost reports how much dollars, how many personnel hours are we spending on this project above where our baseline was established.
Does AEP track what percentage of major projects are completed within capital cost estimates and contingencies?
I don't. The cost group may, but I don't.
Is it typical to finish within estimates and contingencies, or do a large percentage of projects typically exceed the estimates and contingencies?
I would say a large percentage exceeds it because scope has changed. So when you get in there and you say, hey, we're going to add scope, we have time left in our schedule, we realized part A was broke, now that we've opened the turbine, we see parts D and E are broke. So for very justifiable reasons, we can go above budget. And I would say that is not uncommon, because if you haven't opened a turbine, so we opened a turbine for the first time since 2009, earlier this year. And there were a lot of things we didn't anticipate. even with bore scopes, putting cameras in there to look at it. We just weren't aware of as much damage as was done. So sometimes, usually, there's a justifiable reason for why costs do increase. And sometimes you put risk in there that doesn't occur, and you come in under budget as well.
Earlier you described option 3 as a clear project because it's sort of, I guess, greenfield. It's a new component.
Correct.
With respect to those, you were describing cost overruns where you're working on an existing system and find other things wrong. With respect to, I guess, what you described as clear projects, what is your experience with how often they're likely to go over budget?
A lot less risk. So there's a lot less risk involved, a lot less risk mitigation planning that we have to do because we're going to have that clear space, that green space to work within. My biggest concern is because of the age of Mitchell, we do want to make sure, and we've done it, using ground penetrating radar, what utilities in the past have been buried where we plan to put that. So that's a little bit of concern, but we put contingency in there because it's not a large part of the scope. We just put some foundations in that area, and a lot of those buried lines have already been identified and accommodated in our price.
And I know you indicated you didn't have specific percentages, but you'd say more often than not, clear projects, come in within budget or
Yes.
less often than not?
I would say more often than not they come within budget because there's less risk involved.
I just had a couple really quick, just point of order questions, and I'm almost finished.
Sure.
I was just going to pull it up on the screen just to facilitate a quick question. I'm looking at the second exhibit to your direct testimony, exhibit SPM 2. And you have the partial demolition of existing cooling tower, and then you have 2.1 million in 2026, and then you have 28.9 million in 2029.
Mm-hmm.
And this is for option 3, is that right?
That's correct.
Well, what is that 2.1 million?
So that was, some of it was the design and engineering costs that went into prepping for the demolition of the cooling tower. And some of the equipment that we would be using that would be shared with the construction of the new tower were already there and allocated to the partial demo. So we did ask, we went through this big study, how would we take this part down? And we got, Worley involved, contractors involved, a lot of discussions with what would we do if we have to do this. And the majority of it is in that $2.1 million.
Okay, so that's preliminary work primarily with respect to the demolition.
Correct.
That's already been spent, 26 then?
Correct.
And is that, sorry to scroll back up here to your table that we were looking at earlier, table SPM 1, on page 5 of your testimony. Is that in addition to these amounts included here, the 162 million and then the 20?
No, it's not in addition to, it included in those numbers.
Okay. So that would be part of the 62 million, or 162?
Yeah, or part of the 29 million for the demo.
And then kind of the same question here. I believe this is Kentucky Power's response to staff's first request, item 5, attachment 1. And here with option 3 in 2020, there's 1.633 million.
Right.
And same question, just what is that amount there?
Oh, so that is physically the amount of engineering and work that went into develop, hey, what do we tend to do if we switch over to the new mechanical tower? So there was countless hours spent in trying to determine if this is a viable solution, what is the solution, where can we fit it, how can we fit it? So that was all that conceptual moving into the beginning stages of design development for the.
And then, this might be a question for one of the other witnesses, so you can defer to them if necessary, but does the, well, option 3, the new mechanical draft cooling tower, do you know what the total thermal capacity of that tower will be?
I do not.
Okay. So do you know
Mr.
whether
Busy,
the extent to which it would potentially result in a D-rate of Mitchell Unit 2?
I do not know that.
Who would be the best witness to answer
Mr.
that?
Bazino would be the best witness to answer that.
And then just last series of questions regarding the timeline.
Sure.
Understand, I guess, how long have you been in the current position that you're in?
A little over 4 years.
Okay. Have you been with AEP since 2016?
I was in a different role. I was in transmission at that time, though.
Okay. Are you familiar at all with the timeline for when issues with the cooling tower at Mitchell 2 became known?
Only through conversations with Mr. Bazino.
Okay,
So no
so Mr.
first-
Pizzino would be the appropriate witness.
And Mr. Snodgrass. both
Okay.
of those.
I do not have any other questions. Thank you very much for your time.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Commissioner Wood?
Yes, Mr. Malone, so this is a different way of cooling the heated water, right? It's not the same as the parabolic.
Correct.
Okay, would you explain the difference between the two for me?
I am not an engineer, and I cannot do that, unfortunately. Mr. Pizzino, though, would be able to describe that in detail.
Okay. Can you tell me if there were multiple bids for this, for these projects that you've listed, or have you just been working with one contractor, or how did you arrive at these numbers?
So the numbers were bid originally, so to do the full repair on the existing cooling tower was bid. The numbers that we got and developed were in combination from that contractor that we awarded the repair work to. So for the demo costs and the partial demo costs, we did get from them ICC, International Chimney Corporation. They were already on site, they had that firsthand knowledge of what we were seeing, so we thought they would give us the best number. If I can add to that, just one other, we use their number. However, when we do those projects, we will go out for bid again to get the best value we can at that time.
I see, okay. So this is not a done deal in terms of,
For that contractor, absolutely not.
just to equate this to a television show you might see on TV regarding real estate.
Yeah.
This is not a paint and paper kind of a project. This is, would you say that that the bones of the cooling tower are bad? I mean, is this cooling tower rotten all the way to the core?
It is concerning, and I say that because as we were hydroblasting the exterior, we encountered more full-depth repairs where we were going to have to cut windows in it. And we knew we were going to do that in a couple spots, but we found multiple locations. And the site personnel called engineering because they said, we have a group of them. We want engineering to evaluate this because we have so many windows concentrated in certain areas. We're basically cutting a lot of holes in the leg of this in a very defined area. We're compromising already a compromised structure even further. We're not going to let the contractor cut all these windows until engineering says it's okay. Engineering reviewed it and said, you're absolutely correct. So they said, and I forget the exact, I think it was 24 feet. They can't be within 24 feet of one another because that will further undermine the compromised structure.
Sounds like it's like pulling a string on a sweater.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
Will the, and you may not be able to answer this, but will the mechanical cooling tower have any residual value at the end of, I assume that it's a 50 or a 60-year lifespan designed for. Will it have any resale value at the end of the term?
I would not be able to answer that, but Witness Kuhn would be able to answer that for you.
And so is it your testimony that the bones of the cooling tower are bad? That the structure itself is deficient and in danger of collapse, or is it just individual chunks of concrete that are in danger of collapse, or how would you describe the condition of the structure itself, of the weight-bearing structure?
So my interpretation would be it's concerning, but that is based on conversation with Dan Pizzino. So Dan Pizzino's engineering group's overseeing that, so he could best answer it, but I know it's very concerning. I'm just executing the plan that was given to us from engineering. But yes, there are some big concerns with the structural integrity of it. And we just don't know the time frame. That's the concerning part.
Very well, thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner again.
From your experience, how long would something like this take to happen? I mean, would it have been this, or the start of it in 2012, 2013, earlier than that?
I don't know, because I'm not an engineer, but I think Dan Pizzino, again, who's in our engineering group, and he's overseeing this project, would be better to answer that. I really have no idea.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
And I think maybe a lot of the questions I was going to ask you, if you're just executing a plan, maybe these questions aren't for you, but I'll give a few of them a try here.
Yeah.
And I did want to ask you what caused these flaws. Like, is it shoddy construction? Is it storm damage? Is it normal wear and tear? And if you don't know, I can certainly ask Mr. Pizzino.
I would ask Mr. Pizzino that question.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious, like,
Yeah.
if somebody else is responsible for that.
Right.
Definitely not trying to ask you for a legal opinion, but just if
Right.
someone did some poor work,
Right.
and this was supposed to have lasted a lot longer, I just wonder if someone else has any, do you have any information about that?
I don't.
Have you seen this anywhere else in the country with any, or heard of it?
Again, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I don't know if Dan would know that, Mr. Pizzino would know that or not, but not that I'm aware of, no.
And it's my understanding that there were drones being employed to monitor the situation and see whether anything became urgent for repair, got more dangerous.
That's correct. There's also, I know, monitors on the surface of the tower. There have been for a number of years. Again, that's with engineering, and Mr. Pizzino
Okay.
would have much more detailed information than I do.
Okay. So, yeah, I'll ask him the rest of that stuff. You were involved in the repairs, though, that were attempted to be
Yes, I
made in
was.
'24, executing that plan.
That's correct.
Besides the hydroblasting,
Mhm.
which, is that pressure washing?
It's fancy, very industrial strength pressure washing.
There's no way the hydroblasting caused the damage, is there?
No, they can adjust the sensitivity of it and the pressure that's coming out of those nozzles to do that.
Yeah.
So they did testing of the concrete to make sure that they weren't overblasting or underblasting to get that surface off there.
What was the next step going to be? You were going to cut some windows to what, replace material?
Yeah, so the money we spent, we completed that whole ring all the way around the base of that to really solidify the base of the existing tower. So that was completed. But
And
yes, it was.
that was the whole project, though, cutting out some sort of rotten material and replacing it?
It was so we had some cracks, some hairline cracks, some larger cracks. It was to fill those cracks and then resurface it, I'll say with an industrial strength stucco. And then to cut windows in it and replace the rebar, because we could see holes that were open and the rebar had deteriorated. So we had to cut windows to make sure we could splice in some rebar and then put fresh concrete around it to secure it in place.
So I guess rebar can rust if it's exposed to
If it's
elements.
exposed, that's correct.
And What percentage of the repairs did you end up doing, would you say? Like a quarter, a third?
We did approximately 20% of all the repairs we had planned to do on the whole tower.
And so was some money saved, or were you over budget on that 20% of repairs and used?
We were over budget, which became concerning to me, so I raised it, hey, we need to pause. We need to figure this out because the costs were increasing significantly more than what we had planned on what was supposed to be the easy part or the more simple part, less compromised part of the cooling tower.
So for any money was there any money saved from not completing the project? And was
Yeah,
that applied
if we had
toward?
waited until the contractor said, hey, I'm reaching my NTP, or NTE, not to exceed amount. Yeah, I mean, you'd be tens of millions of dollars more spent with still a compromised structure.
So was there money saved, and was that applied toward this new project?
Yes, yes, it was.
I hope you got to participate in the pressure washing, that's my favorite. For some
It was
reason.
interesting to see, I will say
It's
that.
so cathartic. I don't love house,
I'm glad you find
I
it.
don't love cleaning house in general, but if there's pressure washing to be done, I want to be the one doing it. Not that anybody asked what I felt about pressure washing. So, again, stop me if I need to ask somebody different these questions, but.
Sure.
So for the new cooling tower that's going to be built,
Mhm.
how long would this type of cooling tower that is proposed to be built for the $191 million,
Mhm.
how long would that typically last?
My understanding is that the expected life is 25 years, but Mr. Pizzino, again, could give you a more detailed answer on that.
So a typical project of this caliber would be expected to have at least a life of 25 years.
That's my understanding, yes.
We're putting it on a 55-year-old plant.
Mhm.
We're thinking that it's likely to be retired around 2040. Are we building more than is needed? Are we building a Cadillac when we could get by with a Yugo?
Well, the difficult thing is there's really there's not enough real estate there to build another tower, cooling tower, hyperbolic cooling tower. There's just physically not enough space. So when we look at the options available to us, it's either do you want to fix the Yugo or do you want to switch to a new option that will last through the expected extended, current life of the project and potentially beyond if it's repurposed and used for different resources. So it gives you a lot of optionality in the future, whereas repairing the cooling tower doesn't give you a lot of optionality.
Would you expect, or you may not know the answer to this question, but would we expect that if it retires in 2040, it would be demolished?
The new
The new
draft?
tower? Mhm.
I would refer to witness Pizzino,
Okay.
see if, because I know the
That's
question is, hey, is there residual value as well at the end of the life?
I noticed in your testimony that there is a provision being made for a floodplain permit. How big an issue is that?
Very minor, it's a very minor adjustment to the floodplain.
So a flood in the area.
This is up out of the flood zone. I mean, you clarified that with Mr. Pizzino, but that is my understanding.
There's, I was thinking maybe there was a small portion of the piping that passes through an area designated as floodplain, but that's just piping.
Yes.
In your testimony on page 11, you referred to indirect costs that are included as part of the total estimate. What would you categorize as indirect costs?
All the corporate overhead accounting costs that are included in that.
And then there's a 10% contingency value built in.
Right.
So I'm assuming for Kentucky Power's part of this, was 95 million, with the DOE grant applied, something like 70 million. So is that
Right.
around $7 million then that says
That's correct.
contingency?
Yep.
And you'll do your best to save that and not
Save
have to
that,
use
that's
it?
right, yeah. As we move through the project, if risks that we associate with that $7 million are not realized, then that is returned back to the company, so it's not utilized in any way.
Anything further from commissioners? Okay. Redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Any reason this witness can't be excused? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Our next witness when you're ready.
The company would like to call Joshua Snodgrass, please.
Mr. Snodgrass, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Please be seated and tell us your full name and business address.
All right. My name is Josh Snodgrass. My business address is 8999 Energy Road, Moundsville, West Virginia.
Counsel.
Thank you. Mr. Snodgrass, can you please tell us your employer and your job title?
Sure. My employer is AEP's Wheeling Power, and my job title is Mitchell Plant Manager.
Okay, and did you possibly file rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes,
And did you possibly file responses to data requests?
yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony or your responses to data requests?
No.
And if you were asked the same questions in your rebuttal testimony and in those data requests today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
A couple quick questions. Are you familiar with the project that was proposed in the DOE grant? That was the DOE grant application that's been discussed today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you explain why option 3 was exclusively what was included in the application?
Okay. Without getting into all the specifics, the award application stated that it had to be a mechanical or technological advancement through a piece of equipment. So option number 3 would have been installing a mechanical draft cooling tower, which would have fit that, while retrofitting the current tower would not have met that obligation.
All right, and then witness is available for prosecution.
Mr. Cook.
No questions here.
Mr. Chef.
Yes, Your Honor.
I waited till you got a drink.
I appreciate that, Your
You're
Honor.
not ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Snodgrass. I'm Nathaniel Schoaf on behalf of Sierra Club. I have a couple of questions for you today. If I ask you anything that should be directed at one of your colleagues, please just let me know.
Will do.
Okay, so units 1 and 2 at Mitchell went into service in 1971, correct?
That is correct.
And by my math, it puts them at about 55 years old today, is that right?
That is correct.
And by 2040, they're almost 70.
Correct.
As you note in your rebuttal testimony on page 3, that fixing parts for older plants can be, quote, increasingly difficult to find as they become obsolete or are no longer manufactured. Is that correct?
It's partially correct. It just simply means that the technology advances over time. So if you came to our facility, though it's 55 years old, a lot of the pieces internally are not the same age. You change technology over time. You replace pumps with better technology that perform better. So in general, that's what that was targeted for.
As as parts on this plant currently break, some of those parts are obsolete or no longer available?
Generally speaking, it would be a manufacturer maybe is no longer available, so you have to switch to a different vendor to get a similar product, yes.
Okay. And do you expect that to happen more frequently as the plant gets older?
Not necessarily. In my 20 years with the company, it's remained relatively consistent. I mean, you're going to have some. I don't think the increase will get any different unless we begin to lose manufacturers.
In her testimony, Ms. Metz, who's Sierra Club's witness in this case, estimated that annual capital expenditures at Mitchell 2 would be roughly $30 million per year based on industry averages for the size and age of the plant. Now, that testimony cites a U.S. Energy Information Administration study prepared by Sergeant Lundy Are you familiar with the Energy Information Administration?
Generally, yes. The report that you referenced, no, sir.
Do you have any reason to doubt the EIA's estimate for industry averages?
Specifically for Mitchell, I can just clarify on what I've seen in my tenure at that location and what I know the long-range plan to be. That number is quite high compared to what would be budgeted out, where somewhere around the $12 million range is what I would expect to see, pending exceptions to a large project such as the cooling tower, of course.
Okay, I'm going to restate it. I understand you have specific information about Mitchell too. My question is, do you have any reason to doubt EIA's estimate for the industry average for annual capital costs at coal-fired power plants?
I don't know where they get their information from, but no, I suppose I don't have any reason to doubt their numbers.
Okay, and just so it's clear in the record, I believe you said the estimate of the next 10 years, your estimate of the next 10 years for these annual capital costs at Mitchell is $12.3 million on average. Is that accurate?
Specifically for Unit 2, yes.
Just for Unit 2?
Yes.
And that doesn't include the proposed cooling tower repair, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, your estimate for the annual capital cost of this plant are roughly a third of the industry average for a similar plant of its size and age. Why do you think the company's projections for annual capital costs at this plant are so much lower than the industry average?
Can't say.
And I think you mentioned, you read off a list of projects that might be included. Can you just tell us what would be included in the type of repair projects that go into this $12.3 million estimate?
Sure, it ranges from anything from pumps, motors, valves, any type of capital spec part that you would need to replace that's coming to end of life expectancy or has a fault of some sort.
Sorry, the last part was a fault of some
Yeah,
sort?
like if something breaks.
You mentioned pumps, motors, and valves. That include pipes?
Sure.
Include fans?
Sure.
And in 2025, the plant had higher costs for repairs than in 2024, correct?
I can't specifically recall right off the top of my head, but yes, it fluctuates based on how long of outages you may be taking and what scope of work that you're going after.
Do you have your rebuttal testimony in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Could you turn to page 5 of that rebuttal testimony?
Okay.
The question at line 4 is what caused Mitchell Unit 2's E4 to increase in 2025? You see that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does that section address how the costs for repairs at the plant were more expensive in 2025 than they were in 2024?
It does. It represents, like I said, a longer outage time frame where we had the opportunity to replace our major liabilities that were driving the majority of our E4.
And the three that you identify on that page are pipes, pumps, and fans, correct?
Correct.
Won't other things like pipes, pumps, and fans, maybe not these particular pipes, pumps, and fans, just keep breaking as the plant gets older?
So it's all equipment is based on life expectancy, and when you lay out your long-range plan, you have a sheet that we follow that tells you what the anticipated life expectancy is for a piece of equipment, and then you lay out your plan to match those replacements. So for instance, the ID fan that was referenced in this particular instance, engineering recommended years back to try to run those for 6 years just to maximize the value for the customer, of course. But we found over time that 5 years is a more accurate assessment of how long those fans last. So running them longer makes you subject for failure at an inconvenient time.
Okay. You're employed, I think you said, by AEP Wheeling Power, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know if Wheeling Power or Kentucky Power has any other coal plants that are as old as Mitchell?
Well, I know Kentucky Power still has the Big Sandy facility, for which Unit 1 was converted over to gas, and I believe it was from 1963.
Have you ever looked at ongoing annual capital costs at a coal plant of this age, other than Mitchell?
Well, I used to work at John Amos facility, so I was familiar with the budgets that they had in their long-range plan, if that's what you're asking.
How does the $12.3 million that you've estimated for annual capital costs at Mitchell compared to that plan?
I would say it's relatively consistent, other than the fact that that facility had 3 units, so proportionally, you would expect to see a bit more money for 3 rather than 2.
And Mr. Snodgrass, you'd agree, wouldn't you, that if you use lower forecasts for annual capital costs, that makes this project look more favorable compared to other alternatives, correct?
Now, can you repeat that?
Would you agree that using lower forecasts for annual capital costs, as you have done compared to the EIA study, that would make this project look favorable compared to alternatives, correct?
Well, if you utilized a lower number, yes, you would be stating that over a period of time, you plan to invest less or spend less for the customers. So I don't know what relevance in regards to the project itself. I thought the options were laid out pretty clearly, but spend is spend, yes.
And then these annual capital costs, which by your estimate are going to be roughly $12 million a year, those get passed on to Kentucky Power customers, correct?
Repeat that one more time?
The annual capital costs, which you've estimated over the next decade will be $12.3 million per year, those get passed on to Kentucky Power customers, correct?
I'm actually not certain how the capital funds transition to the customer exactly, so I probably wouldn't be the appropriate witness to rebuttal to that.
Do you know who can answer that question?
I would say Miss Elliott could probably respond better to that one.
Okay, if the costs just hypothetically are a lot closer to the $30 million a year that EIA estimates, those would also get passed on to customers?
Well, again, in general, I'm not sure the discrepancy between how O&M and capital ultimately returns to the customer, yes, but any dollar spent in the facility is an investment on behalf of the customer.
All right, Mr. Snodgrass, I don't have any other questions. Thanks for your time.
You're welcome.
Mr. Kurtz?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Snodgrass. So you used to work at the Big Sandy plant,
Yes, sir.
so that was converted to natural gas about 10 years ago, 12 years ago. So essentially, that plant boils water to turn the turbine with gas fire rather than coal fire?
Correct.
Okay. If Mitchell were to be converted to coal, gas, would it need a cooling tower?
Yes.
Is there pipeline capacity to Mitchell?
Yes.
How many?
I can't speak for the exact cubic footage, I just know that it runs directly in front of the facility.
Is it from one or more suppliers?
I'm not certain.
Okay. Has AEP studied the conversion of Mitchell to gas?
I personally have not, but I'm sure that when some of the environmental rules came out, they looked at the evaluation of the options that we had, so I'm certain that someone in engineering has probably looked at it, yes.
And it would not have to be 100% conversion. It could co-fire with natural gas and burn part coal, part gas,
That's correct.
like the Spurlock unit of East Kentucky.
I'm not familiar with that one, but
And you would still need the cooling tower for that?
correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you know if you could use the exact same cooling tower that's being built for a gas-fired plant?
To my knowledge, you wouldn't have to change anything, no ma'am.
It would serve the same purpose and wouldn't need to be refitted or,
To the best of my knowledge, yes
Okay.
ma'am.
and I'll take that, to the best of your knowledge.
Okay.
I'm not required. So, Mr. Kurtz.
I'm done, Your Honor. Thank you.
Staff?
I do have a few questions, Your Honor. Would you mind just quickly walking me through the history of the discovery of this problem and Kentucky Power's response to it?
Okay. Now, Mr. Pacino can elaborate much better than I, but to my understanding, it was first identified in 2016. At that point, it would have been assigned to Mr. Pacino's group in engineering to do an assessment. And then after the assessment, you would start working into repair plans or options for like an RBTO on how you want to move forward. So that's the basis of what I know.
We've talked a lot about discovering new damage to the tower. Besides discovering the new damage, have there been any changes to the condition of the tower since 2016, or has it been stable since 2016? Not the tower, but the condition of it.
Repeat it one more time, just to...
Has the condition of the tower been consistent since 2016? Has it gotten worse since it was discovered, to your knowledge?
Can't state on whether or not it's gotten worse. I mean, from my point of view, the fact that they did that project and made some of the repairs, I would have, from my perspective, that makes that portion stronger or more integrity there. And then, of course, we do other sporadic projects to the cooling tower from a capital perspective if there's needs. But in regards to the defect itself, the areas that were repaired, I would say, have more integrity now.
I appreciate that. But regarding the other areas, you can't say whether they've been consistent or if they've gotten worse?
No, sir.
Thank you. Can you tell me a little about the safety systems that have been set up in response to this issue?
So from an employee's perspective, we installed a blue light system for which if the wind mile per hour increases over 50 miles per hour, that lighting system will come on to alert folks at the facility to get out of what we would identify as the exclusion zone, just in case something were to happen to the tower. So that lighting system is their awareness system, and that's generally what we go by.
Has it happened?
I think we've had over 50-mile-an-hour winds 3 times, if I recall correctly.
If Kentucky Power chose to continue repairing the current tower, would you have any concerns about safety or structural issues?
Yes. Ultimately, from our perspective, as the folks have described before, you're putting a repair on an older piece of equipment in this particular time that showed more extensive damage than what the engineering group was expecting when they went up there. I think they made a wise decision by stopping, reassessing, and then identifying that the cost for going with a new mechanical draft cooling tower is almost the equivalent of repairing something for which you don't know whether those repairs are going to be successful and or how long they'll last.
Does Kentucky Power have any additional future upgrades to Unit 2 or projects relating to keeping Unit 2 running that may or may not require a future CPCN?
Not that come to mind right offhand, no, sir.
That's all I had for you today. Thank you.
Mr. Wood?
I'm just going to ask if you had ever seen this situation happen before at any other power plants?
No, sir.
There's no playbook for this in the industry?
Not that I know of. I mean, I'll let Mr. Pizzino speak on that part, but I think that's what made this so difficult. I think that's why they chose with trying to go with that repair method to see if it would be successful, but there wasn't a lot of knowledge about that as well, just because you don't see this. I mean, we have another unit of similar stature sitting right beside of it that's not showing the same signs, so.
It's the same age and
Right,
same constitution?
correct.
Wow. Okay, very well, that's all I have.
Vice Chair?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
You've been at the plant since 2016?
Now, I've been at the plant roughly since 2018.
Okay.
I've been with the company for 20 years.
Okay. Do you know, were there any maintenance activities that were deferred?
Specifically for the cooling tower? No, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm assuming then that they were maintenance activities according to the manufacturer recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Could the repairs, had they been done earlier, reduce the need for a replacement today?
I can't answer that. Mr. Pizzino would be a better person to ask for that one.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I don't have any questions. Anything further? Redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Any reason Mr. Snodgrass can't be excused?
No.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're
Thank you.
excused. When you're ready, call your next witness.
Yes, ma'am. The company calls the witness to whom everything has been deferred, Mr. Daniel Pizzino.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pizzino. As you raise your right hand to be sworn, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please have a seat and tell us your full name and business address.
My name is Daniel Pizzino. My business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Pizzino, can you state your job title and employer?
And my job title is Director of Civil Engineering.
And your employer?
My employer is American Electric Power Service Corporation.
Okay. And did you cause to be filed in this case direct testimony?
Yes.
And did you cause to be filed in this case responses to data requests?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any corrections or updates to your responses to data requests?
No.
Or do you have any corrections or updates to your direct testimony?
No.
If I were to ask you those same questions today that are in your direct testimony or in your responses to data requests, would you give the same answers?
Yes.
Okay. And I have a couple of questions here that I think we can get to some of the deferred early on. Both the chair and Commissioner Wood asked about, is there potential reuse or salvage value for cooling tower if it were installed and the plant itself retires before the end of the useful life? Is there any potential salvage value to that cooling tower?
You could reuse the tower in the event that you wanted to put replacement generation on the site.
And there was also questions that the chair asked Mr. Malone about the actual work itself. And your exhibit DWP2 includes photographs from the project, is that correct?
Correct.
So I don't know if you have questions about the photographs that you wanted to ask him while we're here. There's about the size of the projects or the work or anything like that, but that there are pictures from the project in the record. Is that correct? Okay. With that, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay. Mr. Cook.
No questions, Chair.
Mr. Sheff.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Kurtz.
Just one. Do you know if AEP has studied the full or partial conversion of one or both Mitchell units to natural gas?
I'm not familiar with that.
Thank you, sir.
Staff.
I do have a few questions, Your Honor. Can you tell me, this one was passed on earlier, can you give me an idea of what Kentucky Power did to verify the valuation or the condition of Mitchell Unit 2 in the tower prior to purchasing its share of Wheeling?
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Sorry, one moment. Are you aware of any future or other upgrades that might be needed that could or could not require CPCN in the future for Unit 2?
No.
What's the total thermal capacity of the proposed mechanical tower?
It would be the same, roughly the same as the existing cooling tower.
So no D-rate needed or anything like that?
I think the megawatt D-rate is confidential.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so we could talk about the basis for it as long as we don't talk about the amount.
The statement is the same is sufficient.
There's a slight reduction due to the fact that there's fans and that has auxiliary load associated with them, so there'll be a slight reduction.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I believe in your response to, I think it was KIUC, there's a document that talks about the buckling factor of 1. Are you familiar with that? Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, the buckling factor is one of the parameters that the third-party engineer looked at on our behalf, and it really looks at the indentations on the tower and determines its strength, and would determine, if it were to just collapse. I guess it's really looking at that phenomenon.
So what does that mean to be buckling factor 1? Likely, not likely?
Very likely. I mean, it's one is at the cusp of failure.
Okay. So since the issue was discovered in 2016, do you have any reason to believe the condition of the tower, except for repairs, has changed and gotten worse? Has it maintained the same condition, same safety ratings?
We have scanned the tower, 3D scanned the tower every year. We have not seen any appreciable changes in the geometry of the tower. We've also done drone inspections of the tower, looking at cracks. We do think that the tower just naturally is deteriorating probably at a rate of 1% to 2% per year.
Okay.
So there is some slight reduction in its strength over time, but essentially it's been in a stable state since 2016. But it does have a very reduced structural capacity in the state that it's in.
For option 3, the cooling towers as is, it's expected to be ran for some time, is that correct?
Yes.
Do we know how long that, the expectation is of that?
What was it?
Do you know how long the current cooling tower is expected to be used while the new mechanical tower is being built?
We would anticipate to utilize it for the next several years until the new one can be built.
My understanding is that with option 3, there is a planned outage, I think in 2029, that helps somewhat decrease the cost when you switch from the old tower to the new tower, the tie-in phase. Could that same planned outage be used to benefit any of the other options, and was that calculated, do you know?
No, I mean, the advantage of the mechanical draft cooling tower is we could build it away from the existing tower while utilizing the existing tower, route all the piping to a common tie point, and then switch over during a short outage. So there would be a seamless transition to utilizing the new tower.
The
other
tie-in,
options don't have that.
the tie-in period, it was X number of weeks, correct?
Yes.
In that same planned outage, it couldn't benefit or decrease the cost of the other projects at all for the same reason, just that it's already planned, it's already built in there.
Yeah, I don't believe any of the other options could take advantage of that outage in the same manner.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Wood?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Vice Chair?
Just a couple. I'll just follow up on the questions that were deferred to you. And so were there any of the maintenance activities that were deferred?
I'm not certain.
Is there anyone who would know that?
I think folks at the plant, I mean, we were, prior to 2016, I don't have any history of what maintenances were done or not done on the tower.
Okay.
Specifically, I don't.
Is there a record of the maintenance that was kept prior to 2012, 2014?
I don't know if we have those records or not. That'd be something that witness Snodgrass may have.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Bazzino, just a few of the same questions that were deferred to you. Do we have any idea what caused these flaws? Is it initial construction flaws? Is it cheap materials?
It's really difficult to say. We haven't been able to pinpoint an exact cause. We do know it's not the design. The design was the same as Tower 1. We do know that it wasn't some sort of large wind event that caused this to happen, some sort of environmental factor. We've looked at the materials in the tower extensively. We don't believe it was the materials. We don't really know. It may date back to the original construction, but we're not sure.
Something about faulty work being done when it was constructed?
It's just really hard to say.
What year would that have been when it was it constructed 55 years ago?
Around 1970 or so, yeah. Yeah,
I mean, the lawyer in me wants to sue someone for that. Is there no one to sue?
I believe the tower was built by a company called the Marley Company. I'm not sure they're around. I don't believe they are.
But you don't know if there are any records?
We never found any really construction records or anything of that nature.
But it's definitely not normal wear and tear. Like the other one was built same time, same material, same design.
Correct. Yeah, it's a very unique problem.
Have you carefully thought through and been part of the team that considered whether the option of just shortening the existing tower might work?
Yes,
And your opinion is that it could work, but it's not the best option?
yes.
Okay, and I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, it would require an extensive outage because you would have to shut the plant down for an extended period. I think it was 6 months. It's also pretty risky because once you start cutting the tower down, you can't stop until it's complete. And if you run into issues, you're going to have to get to a point where you can actually rebuild. You have to put a concrete ring on the new top of the tower. That's a pretty difficult operation. You would still actually put on this FRCM coating that we were going to apply for option 1. So that has its problems as well. So there was a lot more uncertainty with that
And
construction.
was that coating FRCM?
Yeah, it's fiber reinforced cementatious matrix.
Okay, I remember seeing that in the testimony. Was that part of what the repairs were going to be in 2024, that coating?
Yes.
But until you cut out all of the, for lack of a better word, rotten areas, you couldn't just put that coating on and save it?
Correct. Yeah, we needed to repair all the rebar that was deteriorated and seal all the cracks prior to putting on that coating.
Are there safety concerns with continuing to use this while the other one's built?
We believe we can properly monitor the tower and keep people safe if there was an extreme wind event. We're monitoring it continuously. There's 120 prisms on the tower. There's robotic prisms. They're survey instruments, and there's robotic survey equipment that is constantly surveying these prisms for movement. So we would be notified if there was any movement, sudden movement or irregular movement in the tower. So we think we can monitor that until we can get, for the next few years until we get the new cooling tower built.
If the commission just found 191 million to be way too much and limited the amount, are there ways that you could build something that would last and be safe without going to $191 million worth of expense?
We've looked at multiple options. There really is. It's either you repair what we have or we build something new, and it has to be a utility grade, same duty type of piece of equipment.
Can't build a temporary one, I imagine.
Wish we could.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Anything further?
No.
Any redirect?
No, you're.
All right. Any reason Mr. Pizzino can't be excused? Thank you, sir. You're excused. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. The company calls its final witness Nicole Kuhn.
Good afternoon. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thanks. Please have a seat and tell us your full name and your business address.
My name is Nicole M. Kuhn. My business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Kuhn, can you please state your job title and employer?
Yes, I'm employed by American Electric Power Service Corporation as a regulatory consultant staff.
And did you cause direct testimony and rebuttal testimony to be filed in this case?
I did.
And did you cause responses to data requests to be filed in this case?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any updates or corrections to your testimonies or responses to data requests?
Yes, one small addition in my rebuttal testimony on page R10, line 3, that should say for option 2, the company in Wheeling Power would lose approximately 800 megawatts of nameplate capacity.
So with that correction, if I were to ask you the same questions that are in your testimonies and are in the data requests to which you provided responses, would you give the same answers?
Yes, I would.
The witness is available for cross-examination, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Cook.
No questions, Chair.
Mr. Kurtz.
I do. Ms. Coons, you, on your Exhibit 2 to your rebuttal, you calculated the rate impact by rate schedule for year 2029?
Yes,
And in your direct testimony, you calculated it for 26, 27, 28, and 29, each individual year?
yes, the years that had CWIP.
Okay. And that's this question about whether you sort of phase in the rate increase to improve the company's cash flow, or whether you just capitalize construction period interest using AFUDC and then recover it once the facility is goes commercial.
Yes, that's the difference between CWIP and AFUDC.
Okay. Did you also hear testimony that a publicly traded data center company announced plans to build a 500 megawatt data center at the East Park Industrial Park in Kentucky Power Service territory?
I don't know as many details as you just said, but I'm aware that there's been an announcement, yes.
Okay, I want to show you your exhibit, and I've made some hand-marked changes and just walk through the math to see if I did it right. Your Honor, we could have this marked with KIUC, or AG KIUC, I guess, exhibit 4. Okay.
Before you start, again, just to note, the yellow highlighting here is for attention, not an attempt for confidentiality, correct?
Correct,
Okay.
correct. Okay, this is your rebuttal exhibit 2, where you calculate the rate impact to the average residential customer in 2029, including the $51 million DOE grant.
Yes,
Okay, so it's 191 million or so, minus 51, divided by 2 is the Kentucky Power share.
yes, that's correct.
Okay. So in column marked CP, a demand allocation factor, it's 871,806 kilowatts, or 871.8 megawatts.
I'm sorry, what column are you looking
A
at?
CP demand allocation factor, column 5.
Yes, I see that number.
Okay, that's at the bottom, that's the total Kentucky Power demand for whatever test year you used, 871.8 megawatts.
No, that's not actually their demand. That's a calculation based off billing energy and then billing demand found in columns 2, 3, and then basing that ratio off of 4. So that 800, and that's not equal to the company's demand.
Isn't that the average demand for the test year, for a test year?
I don't think so.
Well, because you divided the revenue requirement, 11.8 million, by the demand per rate schedule to get the revenue in column 10.
You're using that allocation factor to allocate the cost, which are then in column 6.
Right. So in other words, the total revenue requirement this year, 2029, at the top, $11,807,815. Then you allocate it to rate schedules based upon a column 5, the coincident peak demand allocation factor.
Right, it's an allocation factor, that's not our, recorded demand on the system. I mean, you can see in column 3, that is billing demand, that was actually billed to those customer classes, and that amount is larger than what's in column 5.
Well, no, you have to divide by 12 first of all, and a lot of the rate schedules don't have demand meters like the residential, so that's a different number. That's not the CP demand of the utility. Okay, I'm not trying to quiz you on your math. I see how you did it. I'm just trying to understand that, let's assume, because Kentucky, do you know what Kentucky Power's peak demand is? About 1,100 megawatts neighborhood? Do you know what its average demand is?
Actually, I think I just did a calculation the other day and it was not that high.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure they're, and I don't want to say this wrong, but we could provide this in a post-hearing data request, but I'm pretty sure its peak demand in 2025 was in January and it was around 1,390 megawatts.
Okay, that's the one peak month.
11,000 megawatts would be
Okay,
really large.
do you know the average demand for Kentucky Power about?
I do not.
Okay. Let's just assume it's the 871,806 kilowatts, or 871.8 megawatts, okay? I'm just trying to understand the ramifications of adding 500 megawatts to the system. 500 megawatts is about 36, if you add 500 megawatts to 871.8 megawatts of CP demand in column 5, you get a total of 1,371.8 megawatts. That's just the math.
Yes.
Okay. Then the 500 megawatt new data center customer would then be 36.4% of the system.
Assuming they use their full demand, but yes.
Okay. And so that means that the data center, if it's been publicly announced, so this is not speaking out of school, would pay for 36.4% of the $11.8 million revenue requirement.
I mean, high level, that makes sense, but again, until you actually have their kilowatt usage and billing demand to fully calculate the CP allocation factor, we want to actually know.
That's right. You would know, because a lot of things will change, but this much is clear. When you've got a set pot of money, $11.8 million, and as Ms. Ellie said, you increase the denominator by a large new load, everybody else's share of the fixed pot of money, $11.8 million, will go down.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
And Mr. Sheff. Mr. Sheff?
Oh, no questions, Your Honor.
Yes, we did have some questions. Could you refer to your direct testimony on page 6, line 17?
Sorry, you said line 17?
Yes.
Okay. I'm there.
As I'm looking for it myself here. I apologize, it's page 5, line 17. So I was looking at where the first sentence for option 1, the total capacity cost, or the total capital cost for the total capital cost of approximately $168 million for the reinforcement partial demolition of Unit 2 cooling tower using the analysis was provided by company witness Malone. Were you here when Mr. Malone testified earlier?
I was listening, yes.
Okay. I'm going to pull up, in your rebuttal testimony, I think you said that the work paper for option 1, the economic analysis you did was KP SC 1-10 Attachment 2, is that correct? You can look at page 5 of your rebuttal if you want on that table.
Yeah, option 1 is the answer to 110 confidential attachment 2.
Okay. I'm just going to pull that up really quick.
I'll note that it is marked confidential.
There's a public version. I'm just going to do the public version to try to not go into a confidential session. Sorry, we're just waiting on them to bring it up on the screen here. So, looking here at the rate base section,
Yes.
I see there's like, here in column B, row 6, you have the initial capital cost of $136 million,
Yes.
and that was provided by,
Company witness Malone.
okay. And then here in 2040, you have capital cost of $3 million, is that correct?
Yes, that's for the full implosion of the tower.
Okay. And I guess my question is, why do you have the 28.9 million in year 2038 for the partial demolition?
Right, so that's due to the fact that option 1 only has a 10-year life. So in our economic analysis, it's assumed that it's only good through 2038. And at that time, in order for the tower to stay on site until the plant is retired in 2040, you have to bring it down to a safe height so it doesn't.
And who conveyed that to you?
Company witness Malone. All these numbers and the timing of them were provided by company witness Malone.
And does it surprise you that his testimony doesn't reference the 28.9 million in 2010 or 2038?
I don't know if he references it or not, but these are the numbers that were provided to me.
Okay. Could you, actually, while I have this up, I'll just, actually, let me just refer back to your direct testimony. Page 6, line 20 of your direct testimony.
I'm sorry, what line did you say?
Page 6, line 20 of your direct testimony.
Okay.
It should say the capital cost of a new combined cycle. I apologize, let me pull this up really quick. The capital cost of a new combined cycle and partially demolishing the old cooling tower were $1,044 million.
Yes, that's what it says.
And so you had, for the partial demolition, did you use the 28.9 million?
Yes, all the numbers are listed in the staff response to 1.5, attachment 1 and attachment 2.
Okay. My question is, for the capital cost numbers for the new combined cycle, where did you get those numbers from?
Yes, so we provided that in a discovery response as well, but they were a part of the most recent integrated resource plan that was performed by our sister company Appalachian Power for their Virginia Clean Economy Act. They had capital cost estimates within there. Those were also provided within a work paper for the new build CC, and the table taken from that IRP is within that work paper as well.
And when you were preparing, I think I saw in your rebuttal testimony, you referred to some of the work papers from the 25-175 case. Did you rely on those at all in preparing any documents in this case?
I mean, the ones that were, the economic analyses that were
Yes.
done were the same as the ones provided in that case, because those were the ones that were used for the Mitchell Operating Company committee to make their decision on which option to move forward with.
So the economic analysis for the natural gas combined cycle was the same economic analysis that was used in that case?
Are you saying for like the post-2031 options in the 2025? I believe they're the same, however, like for our economic analysis, we were just doing a 600 megawatt versus a 1200.
That was my question, because I think there was a reference, I think, in one of the responses to request for information where a line had been included, and you indicated that that was left over from
Correct.
25-175, which made me think you used the exact same spreadsheets. Is that accurate?
Yes, now you bring up that discovery response. Yes, it's the same spreadsheet as the 1200 megawatt, just divided by 2.
And is that the only thing that you changed?
I mean, we had to add in we took out the remaining net book value, cost recovery of Mitchell, and then we had to add in the cost of replacement capacity and energy during the years that the combined cycle would be built.
From 2028 to 2031, or 2029 to 2031?
I think when we initially did the economic analysis, it might have been an earlier time frame because Mitchell hadn't been committed into PJM yet for those planning years. Since then, Mitchell's been further committed.
As far as are you aware that there was a short-term analysis done in 25-175?
A short-term analysis between 2028 and 2031?
Yes, for buying replacement capacity and energy.
Yes, I am.
Did you use the same numbers for those years as well, or did you do a new analysis in this case?
We might have updated the cost of capacity for the most recent PJM auction. I can't tell you without having the spreadsheets right next to each other if they're the same or different.
Back to the capital cost for the natural gas combined cycle unit, was it the same, other than dividing it in half because you're doing a 600 megawatt? Did you use the same capital cost for the natural gas combined cycle unit that was used in 25-175?
Yes.
Did you use the same fuel costs?
All of the capital and O&M costs within that file were the same.
Okay. So you just kind of carried that file forward?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with an economic analysis in that case that looked at the continued operation of Mitchell as a coal unit through 2040?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay. Did you review that at all in preparing your testimony in this case?
Yes.
I'll come back to that here shortly. I kind of wanted to just look at, get some clarification on your work papers in this case. I'm looking at your rebuttal testimony on page 5, table NMC-R1.
Yes.
So specifically, I'm going to pull up the non-confidential. I know that you refer to the confidential versions.
Mhm.
The, would you agree that there's an average revenue requirement and a net present value number in both the confidential and the public version?
There probably is, but they're not going to match these ones.
Okay. That was, but the public version and the confidential version match, correct?
They should, yes.
Okay. And frankly, that's what I was about to get to, was the fact that they don't match. So I'm going to pull up just the public version of number 5. Have you filed updated that do match the table from the rebuttal testimony?
Can I ask when you say number 5?
Yeah.
What do you mean specifically? Sorry.
Sure. So we got confidential exhibit NMC-R5, which is the work paper for option 3 with a 12-year life. Is that correct?
So are you asking why the net present value in this chart doesn't match what's in that table?
Yes.
Yeah. So I believe you can pull it up as well, but I believe that's just a matter of what that net present value might be looking at. I think it's a shorter time frame.
And that's, I think I know what the issue is. I just wanted to get you to confirm it.
Yeah, we didn't pull the net present values out of there. The net present value calculation was done within Exhibit 1. And we provided that work paper as well.
Okay. So this is public exhibit MMC-R5. You have the 180 for the, and then the average, which obviously it doesn't correspond over there. I just want to show you, this is an edited version of yours, and I'm not going to enter this exhibit. I didn't change anything other than that tab. Would you agree that this 180 is the number from your original, the net present value number? In column B, line 36.
Is the same as what number, I'm sorry?
The number from your original version of this. I'll tell you right now, the edits are right here, this highlighted section.
I'm very sorry, but I don't know what number I'm supposed to be comparing 180 to, and that it's the same to.
Okay. So I guess this is your original version. You agree with that?
That's the public version of.
The public version, yes.
Yes.
And
R5
the
was.
net present value revenue requirement here is 180 million, right?
In that workbook, yes.
Okay. And this is the workbook that's referred to here, correct? Except it's referring to the confidential version.
Yes, so that's where the revenue requirements were calculated. Again, the net present values were calculated in a separate workbook. They were not pulled from those workbooks.
And what's the difference with the edited version? That's what I was getting at, is, you know, what the difference is. So looking here at your version, you're doing a net present value from column B to column K.
Right, can you scroll up to the years?
Yeah.
So that one's going from 2028 to 2037. In the net present value workbook, it's covering the span from 2027 through 2038.
And what document is the net present value workbook?
Yeah, so that's exhibit NMC dash R1, and we provided the Excel version of it as NMC dash R3.
So NC-R3 is the Excel version.
Yes. So there's essentially another year within the net present value calculation.
That's what I thought. So the 189 from table NMC R1, it's basically doing the net present value calculation on here, but adding one additional year, 2038. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. That was really the question I was getting at.
Okay.
And that's the difference between the,
Right, you'll probably find that in all the Excel files because the net present value was done within the separate workbook to capture all the same years, because they all had different starting points within their individual workbooks.
yeah, so each of these that are referred to, at least with the rebuttal exhibits,
Calculus.
there's 1 year missing, correct? From the net present value calculation.
Maybe I'd have to open them all.
Okay.
So the work paper reference was to give you where the revenue requirement was calculated, and then we provided the work papers where the net present values that were included. We gave those as well.
Is the average revenue requirement calculated in that other workbook that you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
And those match these?
Yes.
Okay. And is the difference between the going back to this NMC R5, obviously, here you have the average revenue requirement of 25 million.
That's total plant, and the amount in my rebuttal testimony shows Kentucky Power share.
I understand that. In your rebuttal testimony, it's half, but it's not half of 25 million. It's a lower number, it's 12.2. Whereas obviously half of 25 million would be like 12.5 something.
Again, you're going to run into the issue of the different time frame in this file versus where they were.
And that's what my question is. In this file, you did 2028 through 2037, correct?
Right.
And to get the other number that you had, you did 2029 through 2038, is that correct? Or do you know?
It's still 2028 through 2038.
Okay.
So you have another year.
Are you sure about that?
It should be, if you look at,
It's fine, we can check it.
yeah, all of them, if you look at Exhibit NMC R-1, the average should be calculating all the numbers that are on that line for there. So it would be 2028 through 2038 for this specific option. We explained in direct testimony as well, like why we did that, so we captured the full lives of some of the options that didn't go on until 2029, but had a 10-year life.
That's why you used the 10-year instead of,
So for some of the options, obviously it's longer than 10 years, but that's because they go online before other ones. It's trying to put them on the same basis.
option 3 here, it refers to confidential exhibit MMC R8. Is that the correct work paper for that option?
Again, to find the revenue requirements used within Exhibit NMC R-1.
Just reviewing the documents that you filed, it appears that exhibit MMC R7 is the correct reference here. Do you know if that's accurate?
Yeah, comparing it to the exhibits listed on Kuhn R-2, it probably should be 7 in that table.
Why did you use average revenue requirement
why did we use?
Yes,
average?
why do you think that's a good metric for comparing the various options?
Right, so the average revenue requirement is the amount that's actually going to run through customers' bills and what they'll see ultimately on their bill average over those 10 years. That's the amount that we run through that rate impact worksheet, which I think is Exhibit R2. So that's the amount that's actually going to run through customers' bills on average every year. Net present value is not the amount that runs through their bills.
So if you're looking at 10 years, if you imagine customers had to pay $10 million in year one and no money for the rest of the time, the average would be $1 million per year, correct?
As explained in my direct testimony, zeros were left out of the average.
Okay, but just bear with me though, like, let's say it's $1. The first year, it's 10 million the first year, and then it's $1 for the remainder of the years, till year 10. The average would be about $1 million per year, correct?
If you included the zeros in your average calculation, yes.
But I mean, if customers are paying nothing, should that not be considered? If they don't have to pay anything the first few years, is that not important to consider?
That's what pops up then within the net present value. They didn't solely make the decision just based off the average revenue requirement. All factors were considered.
I understand that. I'm just asking about the average. So again, you know, $10 million year one, $1 in every other year, $1 million average. But same scenario, you pay $1 every year, and then at year 10, you pay $10 million. The average would be $10 million, or the exact same as if you paid $10 million in year one. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you
Yeah.
rephrase your question?
Let's just count the zeros. So $10 million in year one. You pay nothing for the next 9 years. The average revenue requirement is going to be $1 million per year. Correct?
Yes.
If you pay nothing for 9 years and you pay $10 million in year 10, the average revenue requirement is going to be $1 million per year, correct?
Your average?
Yes. Is that correct?
Yes.
So those would have the exact same average revenue requirement, correct?
They would have the same, I'm sorry, what?
Those two scenarios would have the exact same average revenue requirement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But would you agree that paying $10 million in year one is significantly different than paying $10 million in year 10 because of the time value of money?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. When you're looking at the average revenue requirement and the net present value revenue requirement, the goal is to look at what customers are paying, as you said, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're looking at what customers are going to pay, for option 3, Kentucky Power, in this case, is proposing to use a depreciation rate based on 12 years.
That is correct, yes.
So if you were doing an economic analysis in order to look at, you know, regardless of whether the cooling tower is going to be able to be used for 12 years or 25 years, what's being proposed is that customers will pay for it in 12 years, correct?
The company is proposing 12 years, but the commission does not have to order 12 years.
Yes, but the company's proposing 12 years, but the economic analysis doesn't assume that it will be paid in 12 years, correct?
Right, the purpose of the economic analysis was to use the useful lives of all of the options, and in order to try to quantify the qualitative benefit of having an asset that's useful for 25 years versus 12 years.
But didn't you just say the purpose of the economic analysis to assess what customers will pay? like what's actually hitting their bills.
Yes, and
So if what is hitting their bills is a 12-year, is cost appreciated over 12 years, regardless of whether it's useful for 25 years, 12 years should be what is reflected in the economic analysis. Is that correct?
it's still the best option even with using 12 years. That's why we included it here in rebuttal to show that as well. I mean, the other options, as we've talked about with other witnesses before me, Pizzino and Malone, those options are very risky, and that's something that has to be taken into account when doing the economic analysis as well. So trying to capture that qualitative benefit that ratepayers could see in the future is an important aspect of it. Additionally, like the way the market is right now with the demand and supply kind of being out of balance, it's very hard to picture the company not utilizing this cooling tower past 2040. As was spoken by other witnesses, it can be used in the conversion of Mitchell to gas. It can be used at a whole new plant. So there's value in that 25-year life, which is what the economic analysis was trying to capture.
What is the likelihood, actually, other witnesses, do you have any firsthand knowledge of how long that cooling tower is likely to be used after Mitchell is taken out of service?
The only knowledge that I have is being told by engineering that the cooling tower can be used at minimum for 25 years.
So we should rely on what they've said about the likelihood of it being used after 12 years.
Yes.
Okay. Even if you use the 25-year useful life to depreciate the cooling tower, at the end of 12 years, and everything remained in service for 12 years, at the end of 12 years, you'd effectively still have 13 years worth of capital costs to depreciate. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, did you say if we used a 12-year depreciable rate?
I'm sorry, I meant 25. So if you used a 25-year depreciation rate to depreciate the cooling tower, and you depreciated it over 12 years, or after 12 years, you would still have 13 years of depreciation left, correct?
Right, yeah, if you put into rates using a 25-year depreciable rate, you would still have 12 or 13 years left.
And if you took it out of service, if Mitchell ended up being taken out of service at that time, and the cooling tower wasn't used, there would be an expectation that that remaining undepreciated balance would be recovered from customers. Is that correct?
Yes, in your hypothetical, that would be correct, but that's part of the reason why the company currently set the depreciable rate to be 12 years, so that customers in the future aren't having to pay for that. But again, as I've stated in testimony and discovery, once a decision is made around Mitchell, and either to extend its life, convert it to gas, or whatever the decision is, you can update the depreciation rates at that time, coming back to the commission and asking for that authority.
I wanted to look at, I'm going to look at the attachment, SC 211 attachment 3. I'm going to use the public version at first. Just to be clear, I'm looking at tab OPCO revenue requirement of KPCO RSC 211 public attachment 3. Does this look like an accurate representation of that tab based on your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, and I've got, here's a 10-year present value revenue requirement and then a 10-year average revenue requirement. Should these numbers match, or is the number that matches on your rebuttal back over on table NMC R1?
Again, this one definitely will not match because in option 4, if you would have the Excel file for that one, there's also the, which is on the cash flow of U2, you have to account in the cost of capacity that you have to purchase during the longer outage.
Okay. So this refers to SC 211 attachment 3. Is that not the correct work paper?
It is, but again, the net present values were calculated within Exhibit NMC R-1.
So they were calculated separately here also for this one?
Yes, all the work papers referenced there are where the revenue requirements are calculated. All of those were then translated over into Exhibit NMC R1 and in direct testimony Exhibit NMC 1 to calculate the net present value.
So is this one in MMC 1 or is this in R1? For option 4?
Well, that one, for the corrected PV, that would be NMC R1.
Okay.
The original one was calculated in NMC 1.
And then, going back to this attachment 3, would this be the, obviously this number is significantly lower than the number on the table.
That's because it does not include the capacity purchased during the outage.
That's my question. Where's the capacity purchased in the outage calculated?
On the cash flow of U2 tab in that file that you're in.
Oh, cash flow of U2?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's part of the confidential material.
Yeah, so the outage portion is calculated there, so that's 75.7 million. And then in the confidential amount is the amount of lost energy margins that you would have from Mitchell during that time, which then is the total amount for that first year during the outage. Which then is, the total amount is then shown on Exhibit NMC R-1. So I think that first year, it's about 93.5.
Is that,
The total amount's not, no.
okay. So that's the amount in the first year, you said?
Yes. So if you look at Exhibit NMC R-1 in option 4, in 2027, when the assumed outage would have to happen, you have to purchase capacity, and then you have lost energy margins from Mitchell that you would have otherwise had if it were operating. So you have the amount of $93.5 million that you'd have to pay in just that 1 year.
And that is for 6 months of capacity, or is it for longer?
Capacity is an annual product, so you have to buy it in annual chunks.
Are you familiar with Kentucky Power's plans to construct any other new generation within the next several years?
I know there was a notice of intent filed, but other than that, I'm not involved in that case.
Do you know anything about the timeline for the construction of that new generation?
I do not. I feel company witness Elliott might know that a little bit better.
Do you know whether or not that new generation could potentially fill the capacity need when Unit 2 is taken offline?
If you're asking if a new generation facility could be built by 2027, as we sit here in July of 2026, my answer is no. I mean, just given my analysis here, it was assumed at that time, back in October of 2025, that the absolute earliest we could have a new build on was 2031. So I'd assume it would And I believe that was the case also in case 2025-175.
But would the partial decommissioning, or the partial, for option 4, would you have to partially tear down the existing cooling tower by 2027?
For this
Understanding
specific-
is that could be potentially pushed out further.
I believe option 4, but again, witness Malone or Pizzino would have answered this better, is to shorten the tower
Yeah.
and then still do some of the FRCM.
Yes, they're doing the partial demolition. But do you know whether or not that could have been pushed back beyond 2027, 2028?
I don't, only through conversations with witness Pizzino, and with him saying that in the short term, Mitchell can operate, but a solution needs to be addressed and found and worked on. And that's why we're here today, to present the least cost reasonable option of building a new mechanical draft cooling tower.
I'll do a post-hearing request just on the timeline for a new natural gas combustion turbine.
I mean, again, based off the analysis done in this case, the earliest we've had was 2031.
For a natural gas combined cycle, correct?
Yes, in this analysis, it was a combined cycle.
Do you know if there's differences between the construction timelines for a natural gas combined cycle and a natural gas combustion turbine?
I do not.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Wood?
I don't have any questions.
Vice Chair?
Just a couple. Just to follow up on Mr. Bonnie's question, on the process, you take what the engineers give you. Is that correct? The pricing, the cost?
So yes, engineering and then Sean Malone's team with coming up with a schedule and budgets.
Okay, so you didn't independently verify any of this?
I did not.
Do you know where it gets verified?
I believe that's done by Mr. Malone's team,
Okay.
using those third-party estimates.
Okay. And if the capital costs exceed the current estimates, do you know how customer rates would change?
If it were to go over the $191 million, I believe the rates would increase if there was an increase.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't have any questions. I think any redirect?
No direct.
Okay. Any reason this witness can't be excused? Thank you, ma'am, for excused. Let's take a quick break. We'll try to keep it at 15 minutes, so, yeah, at 10 after. And we'll get our last two witnesses. That was your case? in case number 2026-000001. And I believe you had called all your witnesses.
Yes, ma'am. Kentucky Power rests this case.
All right, and I see Mr. Cullen has joined us on the stand already, and that's your next witness?
Yes.
All right.
Chair, the AG calls the AG KIUC joint witness Lane Collin.
All right, thank you. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn, Mr. Cullen?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and your business address, please.
My name is Lane Collin. My business address is J. Kennedy and Associates Incorporated, 35, I'm sorry, that's the old address, 570 Colonial Park Drive, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia, 30075.
Okay, counsel.
Chair, also, I will qualify Mr. Collin, and then if there's any redirect, Mr. Kurtz will ask because it's a joint witness.
Sure.
So, good afternoon, Mr. Collin.
Good afternoon.
Were you the same Mr. Lane Collin who caused direct testimony and responses to data requests to be filed in this docket?
Yes.
If you were asked those same questions today, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
Do you have any other changes to those items?
No.
Chair, the witness is available for cross.
Okay, Mr. Gish.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple of quick questions. Mr. Collin, you're here testifying on behalf of both the AG, the Attorney General, and KIUC, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And it is the position, your testimony on their behalf, that the new mechanical draft cooling tower, option 3, is the best option of the options presented?
We don't oppose that, but I believe that to be true.
And I just have you were here earlier today when there was some discussion about the 12-year depreciation of the new cooling tower and reflecting that 12-year depreciation in rates, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if at the end of that 12-year period, the cooling tower is fully depreciated, but the company was able to continue to operate the Mitchell plant, would the cost to operate the Mitchell plant, all else held equal, decrease?
If the plant was fully depreciated at that time, there would be no additional depreciation.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Schiff?
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff?
We have no questions, thank you.
Commissioner?
Nope.
Commissioner?
No.
Okay. Let's see. I don't think I necessarily have any questions either then. Hope you've enjoyed your trip to Kentucky.
Very much so, actually, yes. No redirect then, I take it either, so, okay.
Do you have any redirect, Mr. Kurtz?
No.
Okay. If you did, I was going to make you say tag.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Collin. You may be excused. I call your witness, Mr. Schiff.
Yes, Your Honor. Sierra Club would like to call Lucy Metz.
Hello, Ms. Metz. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat and tell us your full name and business address as well.
My name is Lucy Metz, and my business address is 485 Massachusetts Avenue, Suite 3, Cambridge, Massachusetts 02139.
Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Metz, could you please state your title and employer for the record?
Yes, I'm a senior associate at Synapse Energy Economics.
And did you cause to be filed direct testimony, corrected testimony, and responses to data requests in this document?
I did.
Do you have any changes to those documents today?
No, I didn't.
And have asked those same questions on the stand today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Your Honor, the witness is available for cross.
Okay. Mr. Gish?
No cross-examination.
Ms. Havens? Anything from the Attorney General's office?
No questions, Chair.
KIUC?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, staff?
Yes, we did have some questions. On page 30, or on page 20 of your testimony at line 19, and you might not need to go there, it's just the reference to the 30 million in annual. I think you said based on its size and age, Mitchell 2 likely requires annual capital expenditures of approximately $30 million. And that's based on, or what is that based on, actually?
That's based on a Sargent and Lundy study commissioned by the U.S. Energy Information Administration that looked at class averages for power plants across the U.S., and they found that for coal plants, sustaining capital expenditures mainly depend on the unit size and age, so they developed estimates based on unit size and age for class averages.
My question, and obviously you have that link there too, but did that analysis look at plants as a whole or at specific units? Like would it include Mitchell Unit 1 and 2, or in your mind would it include Mitchell Unit 2 only?
The $30 million estimate is for Mitchell 2 only.
Was there an amount, I assume that capital costs, and this might be an incorrect assumption, but as the size gets bigger, does it go up on a 1-to-1 ratio or does it go up slower?
Right, so I believe the estimates in the Sargent and Lundy report are on a per kilowatt basis for a size category of plant. So within that category, it would scale with the size of the plant.
Okay. So they just looked at like a per kilowatt cost, and then you just multiply that by the size of the plant, and then you get the 30 million.
That's correct.
Okay. I understand that part of your testimony is that Kentucky Power should have looked at more long-term options as alternatives to the continued operation of Mitchell with option 3, option 4, or option 1. Is that correct?
That's correct, and also that Kentucky Power needs to consider the full avoidable forward-going cost of continuing to operate Mitchell 2 in option 3. So the choice facing the company is whether to build the cooling tower and continue to operate Mitchell 2, or whether to retire and replace it. But that's not the cost data that they have presented to us in the economic analysis, because the economic analysis for all the options that continue operation of Mitchell 2 omits all the forward-going fixed costs at Mitchell 2. That includes sustaining CapEx, which, as we were just talking about, could be as high as $30 million per year. It's not really clear why the company's estimate is so much lower, and I think we would need some more information from them on what cost categories and what equipment replacements they've actually included in that estimate to make sure that they're not underestimating sustaining CapEx. And it also includes fixed operations and maintenance at the plant. So sustaining CapEx, those are capitalized expenses for equipment replacement, as we heard earlier, pumps, fans, turbines that go into rate base. That's one cost category, and then fixed operations and maintenance can add millions more dollars per year. Again, using that Sargent and Lundy report, it could be about $35 million per year for Mitchell 2. So between those two cost categories, that's a large amount of costs that the company will incur every year at Mitchell 2 that are completely not included in the economic analysis. And that's why option 3 appears to have so much lower of a revenue requirement than the retire and replace option in option 2.
I just wanted to make clear the costs that you indicated are not included. It's any ongoing capital cost. There's no, other than the whatever option is chosen for the cooling tower, there's no additional capital costs included in the economic analysis for option 1, 3, or 4, correct?
Correct. What we're looking at in the economic analysis is a very narrow comparison of some replacement capacity costs, cooling tower costs, but no other costs for continued maintenance of Mitchell 2 compared to the full all-in cost of a replacement combined cycle plant. So it's really not an apples-to-apples comparison as it's laid out right now.
And then the fixed O&M costs would normally be included. Those are not included, is that correct?
That's correct. So the correct comparison would be all avoidable forward-going costs at Mitchell 2, including the cooling tower costs, including other sustaining CapEx and environmental compliance costs, and including fixed operations and maintenance at Mitchell 2.
And as far as the variable costs, are those included, in your opinion, as part of the marginal cost analysis?
The company has captured those through this lost energy margins metric. So in theory, that should capture the impact of the variable costs. Another recommendation I made in my testimony is that to increase transparency and ability of the company, commissioners, interveners to understand what's going on in those calculations, that it would really be better for the company to present as separate cost categories: variable operations and maintenance, fuel costs, and then energy market revenues, rather than rolling them up into this one rather opaque lost energy margin metric.
Were there any other categories of costs that you thought weren't included that we haven't talked about?
Those are the main ones. And of course, just mentioning that Mitchell 2 is likely to have upcoming environmental compliance expenditures, which would be part of the sustaining capital expenditures, but are also important to consider in the ledger for option 3. So that includes, for example, compliance equipment for the 2024 ELG rule.
And to your knowledge, what is the compliance deadline for the 2024 ELG rule?
The company didn't provide us a lot of information and discovery about their estimates for compliance with that rule. My understanding is that the deadline is the end of 2034, but the company didn't give us, they gave us some estimates from a prior docket for costs if the unit were to co-fire with gas, but they didn't provide us any cost estimates if it continues firing on coal.
Any other costs that were excluded?
I think we've covered the main ones.
Okay. And the exclusion of those costs, or actually the 2024 ELG rule, is that the next major environmental compliance cost that you're aware of?
That I'm aware of. It would definitely be helpful, I think, to assessing this CPCN to understand if there are other upcoming costs. We weren't able to get much data from the company about specific upcoming investments that it anticipates needing to make at Mitchell 2, including for environmental compliance.
But are you aware of any other costs that would likely affect a coal plant due to impending environmental regulations or current regulations?
Not specifically, no. Based on trends in environmental regulation, it is quite likely that over time, Mitchell 2 would face increasing costs just because the long-term trends in regulation have been towards increased protections against pollution streams, which unfortunately coal-fired power plants do tend to have higher amounts of these pollution streams, and so are more likely to face costly environmental compliance retrofits going forward than other types of generation that might be cleaner and less risky in that regard.
Are you aware of any actions that have been taken by the current federal administration to suspend or otherwise postpone the 2024 ELG rule?
No, I'm not aware of that.
The costs that you indicated aren't included in the economic analysis. Does that affect the comparisons of options 1, 3, and 4, or just the comparisons? Like if you're comparing options 1, 3, and 4 against each other, does the exclusion of those costs affect that analysis, in your opinion?
Comparing only options 1, 3, and 4 to each other, all of which continue operation of Mitchell 2, I would assume that those should be roughly comparable because it's roughly the same forward-going costs that have been omitted from all of them.
So that's what I thought your answer would be. So the issue is comparing options 1, 3, and 4 to option 2, which is the alternative that uses a different form of generation, correct?
That's correct. And if you think about this framework in terms of you have an old car and you're deciding whether to replace it, you know, this framework it clearly doesn't make sense because if you have a repair to do on your old car, you're not going to compare the cost of only that one repair to the entire cost of buying a new car. Of course, the new car will always look very expensive in that scenario. you're going to think about what's my total cost to own this old car over the next several years, and how does that compare to the costs that I'd be paying for a new car? So similarly, when we're thinking about whether to repair an existing generation asset, we need to think not only about what's the cost of the repair today, but what's the total cost to own this generation asset going forward? And would it be lower cost and lower risk to instead get that power from either a single new generation asset or a portfolio that could include some gas capacity and also some battery and renewables to really get the best of all of those resource types? And again, shield ratepayers from many of the risks that they will be open to with continued reliance on this aging Mitchell 2 unit.
I know the Kentucky Power's rebuttal referred to the analysis that was conducted in 2025-175. Did you review that case in preparing your testimony?
I'm generally familiar with that case. I haven't delved into the details of the analysis, but just taking a step back, it's not like you can make a decision once about whether to keep a generation asset and then never think about it again. It's critical that Kentucky Power is reassessing whether it makes sense to continue receiving power from Mitchell 2 every time that there's a major capital expenditure that needs to be made at the plant. Because if it does that analysis and finds that the capital expenditure or other changing conditions have tipped the balance so that it's no longer economic to maintain Mitchell 2, it's Kentucky Power's responsibility to ratepayers at that point to retire and replace the unit with lower cost generation. So just because this issue may or may not have been considered in a past docket does not mean that it's not the company's responsibility to consider it again in this docket.
Assuming that the analysis that was accepted in 2025-175 was accurate at the time, and I know you said you hadn't reviewed it, has there been any material changes in the regulatory environment or with respect to fuel costs in the last, since that decision was issued in December of 2025, that you think would materially change any analysis?
It would be difficult for me to comment on that without knowing what data about plant costs was provided in that prior docket.
Has there been any changes in the regulatory environment since the third quarter of 2025?
My understanding is that when that last analysis was in place, the company was still under the understanding that the 111 rules would apply to Mitchell.
And that's the greenhouse gas rules?
Right, and so that's why they had studied the gas co-firing and conversion scenarios in that prior docket. Well, that might be less of an immediate concern now. There's still just the concern over plant economics, and is it costing ratepayers extra money to continue maintaining this coal unit, which is already 55 years old, and which is less suited to changing grid conditions because it is an older steam turbine unit. It's less flexible, it's less efficient. It does have these pollution streams, which, well, we might be in a moment now where they're not subject to as stringent regulation. As I mentioned, the long-term trend has overwhelmingly been that over time, this plant will be subject to higher levels of regulation and higher costs.
Other than the elimination of the greenhouse gas rule, or I guess suspension, I don't know honestly exactly what the status is, but has there been any other changes in the regulatory environment since the third quarter of 2025 that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
And would the elimination of the greenhouse gas rules, in your opinion, would that typically have a net favorable effect on the continued operation of Mitchell or a net negative effect on the continued operation of Mitchell?
I think it really depends on what the forward-going costs of the unit are, which we have not received good data on in this docket. The 111 rules set a very concrete deadline for when operation on coal needed to end, but it's quite possible that if the company recalculated the economic analysis using the full forward-going costs of the plant, or of Unit 2 specifically, they would find that it just doesn't make economic sense to continue operating the unit on coal.
Assuming all else is equal, though, the elimination of the greenhouse gas rules would typically favor the continued operation of Mitchell, is that correct?
It would remove a specific deadline by which the company would be required to end coal burning at the unit.
I guess how many, do you do a lot of resource planning as part of, I guess how long have you been involved in resource planning?
I've been in my current role about 4 years, and yes, I'm involved in resource planning dockets in a number of different states across the U.S.
Have you been involved in any other dockets involving the potential closure of a coal plant in favor of a natural gas combined cycle unit?
I've been involved in a number of IRP dockets and gas CPCN dockets. I can't think of another docket that was this specific situation of a coal retirement. I also just want to add a clarifying point that I think the company in its analysis has framed this docket, or has framed this question very narrowly as, do we continue operating the coal plant or do we replace it with a gas plant? But that is an artificially narrow framing of the replacement options that are available. And so another aspect of completing a rigorous alternatives analysis would be to look at a wider range of replacement resources that are available and that could be more cost-effective and also shield ratepayers from long-term risks, for example, from gas price volatility. So that could look like a smaller CC or a gas combustion turbine paired with battery storage and renewables, which won't have that long-term fuel exposure.
I guess looking at like a new generation resource will typically have a significantly or a fairly large initial capital investment as compared to an existing resource. Is that generally accurate?
That's correct. You pay a higher upfront capital cost and in exchange tend to get lower operating costs.
So is it when you build a new unit because of that higher capital cost in the first 5, 10, however many years of its operation, when the capital costs are high, the increased efficiency you might receive from the new unit, you might not see that in rates for maybe 10 or 15 years until the capital investment has been depreciated to some extent. Is that correct?
That's correct. So generally when you're designing a replacement portfolio, you need to look both at the total net present value, which might be lower for a new generation asset, but then also at the short-term rate impact, because in the early years when the depreciation expense is high for the new asset, you can sometimes see higher rate impact. So those are all considerations that would need to be balanced in designing a replacement portfolio. Of course, what is overall beneficial to ratepayers depends a lot on the details of how the numbers work out for the individual portfolios you're looking at.
So a new generation resource with a high capital cost might have a lower net present value, but in the first however many years, maybe decade or so, it would, in those periods, it would have a higher rate impact, but over 20, 30 years, it might have a lower net present value. Is that kind of what you might expect?
That's generally the shape of the trends we would see, particularly for company-owned resources. I mean, you can also look into other structures, such as a renewable PPA, which can flatten out the cost more over the life of the asset.
For new generation resources, what's the typical time period you might see where, on an annual basis, the new resource becomes more economic than the existing resource?
that will depend a lot on the specific resources you're comparing, and I don't think I have a rule of thumb to share on when that point would be.
Let me just look at this really quick, thank you. I don't have any other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Wood
Questions?
and Vice Chair?
Yep, just one. Good afternoon. I've read through your testimony, and I'm on page 28, where you talk about performing the updated capacity expansion and production cost modeling. Do you think that is still viable if you weigh what they presented versus the safety issue? Do you think that does your testimony stay the same?
The short answer is yes. I would certainly defer to the company on how long they can safely operate this existing damaged cooling tower. But my understanding is that as the company has laid it out, the cooling tower would actually be retired sooner in option 2, which is retire and replace, than it would in option 3. Because in option 2, the company has set up the analysis so that they'll be purchasing replacement capacity in those intervening years while the current cooling tower is offline and until the new generation can be brought online.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think I have questions. Redirect. Sorry, redirect, Mr. Chair.
No.
Any reason this witness can't be excused? Okay, thank you, Ms. Nancy.
Thank you.
Excused. All right. Is that the conclusion of the evidence today? Okay. Any motions at this time? And Mr. Kurtz, I don't remember if you moved to admit your, what?
I did not, thank you, and I move to admit AG witness, or Exhibit 4.
Okay, any objections?
Yep.
It'll be admitted. Staff, can you get written summary of requests out by July 14th?
Yes.
And if he does that, can we get responses by close of business July 28th?
Yeah, I think that should work.
Okay.
Some of those may require some digging, and finding, depending on what they are, but I think based on what discussions, but I think the 28th would be, sufficient, or that, what is that? That's the Tuesday of that week, I believe. I think we could probably get that done.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if not, get everything you can in and let us know when we get the rest. We'll be accommodating if we can. And then our final order is due October 17th in this case. If the parties would like to submit a brief, suggest August 4th for simultaneous initial brief. They'll say a no. What would you?
For a very personal reason, I would prefer it to be later. I'm going to be out of town that entire week of August, so
Okay.
we can move it a couple weeks to later than that. I would really appreciate it.
So you're suggesting like the
21st.
The 21st, staff? Is that too much?
It's probably fine.
Okay. August 21st? Going once? Okay, and then I had response briefs by August 14th, but let's say by,
28th, a week later.
it's only 7 days later.
Is that enough time for you?
That would be enough time for us, yeah.
No objection here, Your Honor.
28th? Any reason that doesn't work, staff? All right. Anything further? If not, we are adjourned.
Thank you.